Into the pledge and prayer.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, watch over us today as we do work for the citizens of Fremont County. Keep us mindful of their presence and their thoughts as well. And please teach us courtesy, respect, and honesty to all other people. Watch over us in the armed services in the foreign countries and in this great nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Regarding the session and I need for.
Speakers.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the
Second.
agenda.
Been moved and seconded to the agenda with changes. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. We have minutes.
Mr. Chairman, move for approval of minutes.
Been moved and seconded to approve those minutes. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We have a stack of bills.
Mr. Chairman, move for approval of bills.
It's been moved and seconded to approve payment of those bills. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We do have Title 25.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. We have three claimants for payment. Stage West Healthcare in the amount of $5,950. Fremont Counseling Service in the amount of $2,200. And Capital Transportation Assistance in the amount of $1,225.66. The motion to approve payment, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve payment of those Title 25 bills as mentioned in the motion. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Signature file.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, this morning we have a board cut parallel public utilities right of way easement application from Terry Gasparini, specifically Riverview Road, Country Acres Road, North 8th Street West, and Sunny Terrace Road. Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve board cut for vote mentioned in the motion. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have a 24-hour daily alcohol beverage sales commenced for the Jurassic Mountain Fest under the Kinks Sinks Canyon Kitchen Sinks. Kitchen Sinks Inc. Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve a 24-hour alcohol permit for Kitchen Sinks Incorporated. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have a approach access application just off Tweed Lane, 2 miles north of Highway 287 in Tweed. Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve an access permit for just off Tweed Lane. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have the commissioner's record of proceedings.
Okay, thank you. Priority mail.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have a letter from Sarah Wilson, concerning library appointments. And that's it.
Thank you. Public comment. Sheila, you? I'll remind everyone that we have 2 minutes. You will see us. Read the topic. We'll ask you. There, that. Next person, speak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the appointment of the library board members. I have been a member of Riverton Community and a fervent library patron for over 40 years. The public library is one of the most valuable institutions in our county, and it serves people of all ages and backgrounds, providing access to information, education, technology, and community resources. The decisions made by the library board directly impact the library's ability to fulfill that mission. As you consider candidates for this appointment, I urge you to select someone who genuinely wants to support the library, believes in its value to the community, and wants to see it flourish. The most effective board members understand that their role is to provide oversight, guidance, strategic leadership, while working collaboratively with the library staff and fellow board members. Strong organizations thrive when there is mutual respect and a shared commitment to their success. A board member who approaches the position with an open mind, a willingness to listen, and a desire to work amicably with staff can help move the library forward. Conversely, appointing somebody whose primary focus is advancing their personal agendas or engaging in conflict risks creating division, undermining morale, and distracting from the important work that the library does every day. Healthy discussions and differing viewpoints are valuable, but they must be rooted in a sincere desire to strengthen the institution rather than weaken it. Our community deserves board members who are invested in solutions, collaboration, and long-term success of our library. I respectfully ask that you choose individuals who will be a positive steward of this important public resource. Someone who supports the library's missions, values, and productive working relationships, and is committed to helping the library grow and thrive for years to come. Which is unfortunately not what we've seen with the current appointments and has caused a lot of disappointment and animosity in the community. Who you appoint is a direct reflection about what and who you guys value as county commissioners, and voters will take that in consideration. I know I will.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Margaret Shaw?
Shaw,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. Must be my handwriting.
Either that or I can't read very well.
Yeah. I'm Margaret Shaw, or Maggie Shaw, and I'm from a longtime Riverton resident. And I'm also in support of the libraries in our county. And I'll read to you what I wrote. As county commissioners, listening to interviews for the Fremont County Library Board, I'm encouraging you to give lots of thought to promoting our library system rather than tearing it down. We really need to have board members who support our libraries instead of continually criticizing our library director, who has so much incredible training and professional experience. In refusing to trust the American Library Association and the guidelines for choosing books, 3 of the board members always refuse to listen to all the public comments and the wise advice of the director. Instead, they promote the library as being a place of pornography and a way of damaging youth. Even though the books they reject are a place for young adults to understand what might be happening and a way to get help. And I say that based on reading several of the books and also being a longtime school social worker. I've seen the kids, I've seen what can happen to them, and they need information. It's really important for numbers and self-help. I just think it's ridiculous and unfair what's going on with our library. I have been attending library board meetings around the county. I'd like to compliment Perry Cook and Julie Lefevre for their support of the library and the director and their common sense and professionalism. I too highly support Anita and the library. We need more board members like them. Please give thought to this as you listen to interviews for new board candidates. We definitely need the library and commissioner's support of two brand new board members. Thank you
Thank you.
for your time.
Thank you.
Here, I made you copies. I also support, for Mr. Thomas's sake, I also support what's going on, that I Native Americans, I'm sorry, I Native Americans in our, county need to have a vote. Yeah, I was really disappointed to read about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Irvin?
Morning, I'm Karen Irvin.
Morning.
I'm a 40+ year resident of Fremont. The library board has been problematic for the library itself and for the county as a whole with the past several appointments. You have highly qualified applicants here today. It is your opportunity today to correct a problem. I implore you to choose wisely based on merit. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Bustos?
My mother-in-law always said it's Bustus Run Justice.
Okay, Bustos. Thank you.
That's fine, it's pronounced. And I am Deborah Bustus from Riverton. I encourage you all, when you are selecting the new library board members, to please choose people who truly care about our libraries. Choose people that go to the library and check out books or attend with their children or grandchildren for special events. Choose people that let our library director do her job, which she does very well. Choose people who acknowledge our library's director's expertise in the job that she's been hired to do. Choose people who listen, really listen to the community. Choose people who respect and acknowledge the library staff and how well they do their jobs. The disrespect and working to achieve their own agendas that our community reads about in the newspaper and sees when attending the library board meetings needs to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we need to go into executive, executive session for personnel. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second, sure.
Then move a second to go into executive session for personnel. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And passed.
No, because then we were on that. Yeah.
Okay, we're back in session. We're back in session and, we are hoping that, budget hearings are scheduled for 9:20. The executive session took precedence over that, so we're holding a public hearing now for the budget. Hearing. Julie and Jim.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna let Jim go over this.
Okay,
Right. All right, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Got a few things going on here. First one, we have a budget transfer for $198,580 from the cash reserve to a line item called transfer to ambulance. What this amount is the shortfall in dispatch fees that we've had over the last 4 years with the Frontier ambulance. And that's then followed on the next line under unanticipated revenue that's transferring from the general fund, the $198,580 into the ambulance. And then from there, it is, let's see. Oh yeah. So yeah, it's creating the budget to transfer to the ambulance, and then through the ambulance fund, we'll transfer it to the dispatch fund. It seems really roundabout, but because these are all enterprise funds, we need to show the funding flowing in the right direction. So I'll do any questions on that. That was the number that I had come up with. Remember a couple months ago now, looking at that shortfall.
any questions?
All right, the next one is something that was missed actually last year while we were budgeting. We have the EMS stabilization grant that we received. It was $1 million from the state of Wyoming. We had used just under $100,000 of that leading up to the current fiscal year. So this is just budgeting the balance of that grant. As things stand right now, that grant expires in 2 weeks. Unlikely we'll utilize most of this money. So, but that is for $909,544 of federally direct operating grant used to fund transports with the ambulance.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, was that the first, just the one ambulance that we had, or was that, what does that cover?
So this was, the intent of the grant was to cover a separate crew, and then the county purchased an ambulance specifically for that. And it was to do interfacility transports in hope of alleviating a lot of our air transports that we have out of the county. So it was primarily meant to be like from the Sage West hospitals to Casper, Billings, or Salt Lake.
That's the one that you, Mike.
Right. Commissioner Jones wrote the grant. Yeah, that's one we worked on.
Yeah, thank you.
And the last one is also just a budget item that was missed last year. This is the 24/7 sobriety program through the sheriff's office. So this supports some salaries for deputies to do voluntary UAs on individuals. So the salaries, and then there is money that is paid to the state, and then the state turns around and gives money back to us. So this was just filling out that budget so that we don't have a budget violation.
Any questions on that one? Since this is a public hearing, is there any comments from the public? Emma, have we got any written comment? I'll ask once again, is there any comments from the public?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pass resolution 2026-17 for the budget amendment number 6, whereas Fremont County adopted the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget in accordance with the Wyoming Uniform Fiscal Procedures Act. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners wish to amend the adopted budget in accordance with the same act, now therefore be it resolved that the following budget amendments are made. From the ambulance, transfer from general fund 198,580 to dispatching service. This is under anticipated revenue for underpaid EMS dispatch fees from the state of Wyoming Department of Health to Fremont County Ambulance. $909,544. This is the EMS regionalization grant for interfacility non-emergent transfers. From state 24-7 sobriety program, $92,000 to the sheriff sobriety program. Budget transfers from cash reserve, $198,580 to transfer to ambulance for the underpaid EMS fees.
Second. Been moved in second to approve resolution 2026-17, budget amendment number 6 with the budget transfers and unanticipated revenue numbers stated in the motion. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. I'll let you get ready. Okay. Steve.
Commissioners, Steve Bauman, County Planning. Interesting item for you this morning. North of Riverton is the Spencer Homesite subdivision. What I just passed out to you describes the issue at hand, and that is the Pleasant Drive where it is currently platted as a public road. Is not where it was built. And this was done in the 60s, and most of the folks in the subdivision are older folks now. Houses have been built in the public right away, and people can't sell their houses, and there are issues related. We've been working for, I'm gonna say, really close to 4 years to kind of get this rolled out. So we're very close to having that be on the replat of this, on the planning commission agenda. I think it's gonna happen in the July meeting. Corresponding with that, of course, there's a portion of this road that will need to be vacated, as the new road will be platted as a public road in its current location. So that portion that people have their houses built on will need to be vacated. So on the second, the petition to vacate was provided to the planning department and was recorded on the 3rd. And this is to vacate that portion that will no longer be necessary once the replat of the subdivision is completed. We're hoping to have the final replat to the county commissioner at about the same time as the 45-day comment period for this vacation will occur. So our request today would be to accept the petition to vacate that has been recorded, a copy of which you have, and then sign a viewer and begin the 45-day set a 45-day comment period and a public hearing for this to be completed. The result of which would be if we can't get the planning done and at the same time, it would this would be contingent on completion of the plan, the replat.
So 45-day comment period, you say would be, we don't meet on the last week of July. So
Yeah.
we could extend it to the August 4th. That would be perfect. Okay. So So commissioners, questions?
Sure.
Yes.
So how are the people going to change? I mean, lot 15 here,
All of
the
the
guy
folks
built
that are
half
on,
of his house on it.
every one of the folks that's on this has signed the petition and they're all replanting their lots. Every single one of them. So everyone's aware of it and everyone has signed it. They're in agreement with it. So they're all party to the plat. So
Any further questions? Commissioners, first thing we need to do is to accept the petition to vacate the public road.
So move.
Second,
Then moved and seconded to accept the petition to vacate the public road as mentioned in again,
petition.
in the petition. I was trying to Pleasant Drive. Further discussion. All those in favor?
aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Second is we need to appoint a viewer to view the property and make a recommendation to this board.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I move that we appoint Steve Owen as viewer. To be the viewer on this.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Steve Bauman as a viewer for this petition. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. And lastly, we need to set a 45-day comment period and set it for public hearing. And the recommended date would be August 4th.
Mr. Chairman, so
Yeah.
moved.
Been moved and seconded to set the 45-day comment period. And the date for the public hearing will be August 4th. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, Steve.
Have a good day.
Erica. Morning.
Morning.
Last time I was here, I had some questions about where we were at with our projects for our recompete grant. And I had dropped off our impact report for you guys to review prior. But today we brought some of our renderings from our two stone projects, along with a one pager, just to kind of update you on where we are with certain projects. And so we're here to answer any questions or elaborate on the two construction buildings.
My name is Paul Huberty. I'm the Executive Director of the Wind River Development Fund and the Wind River Sage Fund. We're both located in Fort Washakie. And just as a quick reminder, in 2024, we were one of 6 organizations in the country to receive an Economic Development Award from the EDA. That was a $36 million award that goes over 5 years, and it's focused on economic development in Fremont County and on the reservation specifically. We also received $4 million in grant awards from the Wyoming Office of Outdoor Recreation. We're in the process of implementing that grant and making some pretty significant infrastructure investments on the reservation. I think in the interest of time today, we have just like 15 minutes on the agenda. We thought we would just cover real quickly the 2 major construction projects that are in the design phase right now. The first one in your packet is the new Tribal Buffalo Center to be located at the Wind River Tribal Buffalo Initiative up in Morton. This will be about a 12,000 square foot building that will be the new home to the Tribal Buffalo Initiative. And there are several renderings in your packet there to show how the design is proceeding. We're working with Jason Valdez there, the executive director, and his team to get this under construction by the end of this year. It's a little challenging sometimes to start construction in a winter.
Yeah,
We're hoping for another winter like we had last year.
we're not.
We're gonna.
From a construction perspective, it makes our lives a lot easier. But this will have about a 15-month build, and we expect for it to open in March of 2028. That will include a museum. It'll include administrative offices for the Tribal Buffalo Initiative, teaching kitchen, a processing facility for buffalo. And really, it's designed to serve as a community asset to bring the community together, where the Tribal Buffalo Initiative can really meet their mission and accelerate their mission as well. The second project is what we're calling the Ecotourism Visitor Center. This is really a keystone project of our entire outdoor recreation strategy on the reservation. This will be the future home of tribal fish and game, which, you know, it's been around for 40 years or something like that. They've never had a permanent home of their own. And they are responsible for managing the 2.2 million acres and all of the natural resources of the reservation. This project will be about a 17,000 square foot building that includes administrative offices and public spaces, as well as a rather large storage facility for all of their equipment and search and rescue gear, plus also a wild game processing room, so that the game wardens can teach other people how to process wild game in a safe way. This is hopefully going to be located up on 287 right next to the Wild Horse Ranch. So it'll have a very good high visibility and a 10-acre property that we currently own. It's where we hope to have it. Okay.
I thought originally they were talking about putting it down there by the old swimming pools, weren't they?
That's where we initially had
Right.
it set.
Sorry.
And that's on the same construction schedule, so we expect that to open as well in March of 2028. So spring of that year, we hope to have a lot of community celebrations and ribbon cuttings going on, not just for these two buildings, but also for a lot of the other projects that we're working on.
So I know you had talked about investing in workers, equipment and stuff to help with the ambulance issue as well, like EMTs, paramedic type of things. Are you still pursuing that?
Correct. Yeah. So one of our other projects is actually our workforce development component where CWC, it's not in this packet, but they are our academic partners. We actually have just hired an EMT instructor who's going to be beginning instruction in the fall. And the site, we have a site located at Fort Washakie. So hopefully he'll be offering those EMT classes at Fort Washakie. Oh, nice. Yep. And so right now he's working on CPR with tribal health, coaches, anybody who's wanting, and we're actually trying to work on figuring out not only just a CPR and first aid, but a wilderness first aid and CPR course as well.
So, is Department of Health helping you at all with this?
No, we work directly with CWC.
Good. All right. Good. Good question.
Question, where's the funding coming from?
A couple of different sources. Our primary grant is through the Economic Development Administration, so it's a federal agency in the Department of Commerce. So that's $36 million over 5 years to support 8 different projects. And then we have $4 million in grants from the Wyoming Office of Outdoor Recreation. So that's supporting building infrastructure. If you've driven past Ray Lake recently, you've seen there's a new restroom facility, new pavilions, new picnic tables, and a new boat ramp have been installed, and we plan to do that kind of same investment up in the mountains at different lakes and trailheads. We installed a brand new playground at Eastern Shoshone Tribal Health, and we've upgraded the baseball facility there in Fort Washakie. So in total, that's about $40 million in grants that we have to get spent over the next 5 years. And then in addition to that, we've attracted other private funding to help support these projects.
Great.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
On your processing area, is that gonna be like public classes to learn how to process?
Yes, yes.
And who would put those? Do you have individuals already who would put those classes on?
So
Is it
actually,
Game and Fish or?
well, so after I meet with CWC,
Okay,
on Monday, Keith Duran actually just took over their meeting process.
okay,
And they actually have a wild game certificate.
yes,
That they offer.
yeah, yeah,
Yep, so
Great,
it was gonna be
great.
through CWC
Okay.
and yep. we'll do that.
okay, that's awesome. Well, so when you process the meat, you got your facility to do that, will that be like where you can come in and purchase?
So
Or-
you technically through the state, you cannot sell wild game like that. It's just, it's a state rule, unfortunately, but the purpose of that is to put the meat in the elder boxes, right? And we actually work with the Wyoming Food Bank and the Food Bank of the Rockies for
Okay.
our food distributions once a month.
'Cause I see buffalo meat in stores.
Well, that's because it's commercial.
Commercial.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so our herds are not commercial. We
Okay,
consider the
gotcha. Okay, that's it.
It's inspected by the USDA.
Oh, okay.
inspectors and approved. You
Okay.
can't sell any meat unless you have it processed through a USDA
Okay.
associated facility. You can't, well, again, you cannot sell it. You can donate it.
Mhm.
But you can't sell it.
Okay,
And so technically through this, it's to make sure that, it's to help with food scarcity on the reservation, teaching people how to hunt for themselves, making sure they have access to food. Jason, whenever he has buffalo at both, buffalo initiatives, if it's there, people are more than welcome to go and get what they need.
okay,
And the same with the processing of elk and deer.
okay. Good, all right.
Anything further? Thank you. I would love to have some more time to visit more about it.
You're welcome to come visit us at any time up in Fort Washakie,
Okay, where's your office?
in the Frank Wise building.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
So, next we have a board interview with the River Visitors Council, and Eric is our candidate. Eric, do you have an opening statement or anything you'd like to say?
I just want to first thank you guys for the time that I have served with the Wind River Visitors Council. I serve on a few different boards in Fremont County, and I have throughout the state, but I tend to really enjoy my time that I have served on the Visitors Council. That's why I have reapplied for that appointment. One thing that I think that is very apparent is that when it comes to Visitors Council and economic development, I work in that sector every single day. But in my private life, I also own a campground. We like to travel throughout the state, and I see myself as a very advantageous advocate for the Wind River Visitors Council in the state of Wyoming when it comes to tourism and hospitality in that realm. So I just appreciate the time prior, and hopefully my interview goes well and I get reappointed.
We'll start with Commissioner Thomas.
So Erica, on being on the Visitor Council, what would be the new movement toward tourism and economic growth, do you think?
I think that the international travel has become quite a thing, especially for the state of Wyoming. So capitalizing on international tourism. I know that we've made a push with advertisements in the Denver airport, pushing towards people coming towards the state. But we know that people come quite frequently through the state, and our numbers have increased every year for our lodging taxes. So I think it's just technically continue doing what we're doing. continue advertising, and Helen has done a great job of pushing us to the international stage for tourism and hospitality. But I also see being able to help support the local economy with the hotels and whatnot, with maybe some certifications and workforce development programs as well. So that's kind of where I lean towards, is how can we help support those that are in that sector and be more profitable and engaging, or marketing is always a challenge for some people, but helping them in that area.
So my second last question is, in your mind, how do we gain unity in this county on the issue of economic development? Because there seems to be a vast separation of thought between preservation and county and municipality altogether. Everybody wants to do their own thing. So how do you unify all that?
Yeah, so I think that that's where I can be a great example of that, because I live in Riverton. I work on the reservation. I have a campground on the reservation, and we have a cabin in Du Bois. I think that through collaboration, that's our way forward. And I've learned that through our coalition, through our native CDFI. We won a $45 million Build Back Better grant. We won a $36 million EDA grant, but through a coalition of working together with other nonprofits. And it does nothing but hinder any type of evolution or adaptations when we're not willing to work collaboratively.
Mr. Fabricius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Erica, good to see you again. And what kind of things do you think that you've done on the Visitors Council that has improved the tourism of Fremont County? What kind of projects did you do? I did see the project in the Denver airport where you put the banners up. Very good. They were very nice, and we enjoyed looking at those. So, what kind of projects did the Visitors Council do so that we can say, okay, this is a good deal, and we can support it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that there's like a bunch of projects, so I'll just give you a few examples. So for example, I think that having accurate representation on a Visitors Council is very important, right? So I can say that having an Indigenous person on that Visitors Council has been very helpful, especially because through the Visitors Council, we created a powwow video to teach people about powwow etiquette. A lot of people coming here, the reservation is the second sought after destination in the state. We know that, and there's no way to help mitigate that leakage on the reservation, but we want to make sure when people come that they understand where they're invited and where they can go and what they can do. And so there was a powwow video that I worked very closely with Helen and the producers with in the both business councils to make sure that people had accurate education on what a powwow is and what the etiquette is when you do attend a powwow. And I think that was very well received. And it's for the tribes to use, it's for the state to use, it's for a lot of people to use. And we work very closely with Helen when it comes to other outdoor initiatives. You know, she's been a sounding board when it comes to a lot of our marketing that's going to be happening for not necessarily the trailheads, but it's community first, you know, always. And so being able to work on the Visitors Council on that aspect and help, I mean, to Commissioner Thomas's question about collaboration. I mean, we all need to collaborate as a community and as a county if we want to be successful in that aspect. So that was one thing that we worked on. I like kind of working on the back end things, so helping with really understanding the TAD funding and how that disbursement needs to work and be overseen. And before, there was a question from Commissioner Jones about TAD funding on certain projects. So I've kind of started doing more research on how we can make sure that other projects can benefit from that funding, especially, I mean, a couple of $1,000s goes a long way, you know, for some of the nonprofits wanting to fix or upgrade or things like that, you know, and it's a lot of people wearing a lot of different hats sometimes. And so just making sure that we're being active in advertising, always trying to engage all the communities, whether that's Du Bois for the rodeos, whether that's the mocktail cocktail drink, that was just served, so I'm a very active board member.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thanks for reapplying.
You're welcome.
Does the board, because we've had this conversation here recently, does the board, track the paid out taxes? Do they have knowledge of all the paid out taxes in each area? And in that, we've got a lot of county areas that have bed B&Bs. They've got like, kind of like motels, but they've also got, huts or whatever, places that they collect taxes for lodging.
Okay.
And do they keep track of all that in the county separate? I mean, I know they know how much they've collected through the state. Do they have an idea where these taxes are coming from, who's paying? And because I know they got to register if they're gonna do an Airbnb, they can pay the tax to the state.
Yes, we
Through their
have,
services.
Mr. Chair, we do have a pretty good sense of where all the funding is coming from. And actually, the only ones that we weren't able to track until recently were the hotels on the reservation because there is no tax. But they voluntarily said that they would let us know and help us keep track of that.
Because you've got deed ranches and that nature too, that
But
are under some of that.
correct. Yep. So technically, it is what is coming directly from the state. And I know Helen does do her best to make sure that everything is in alignment and track that specifically. As board members, obviously, our view is more 50,000.
Well, right.
Yeah.
Main moving
Yeah.
parts.
Correct.
So, but I know they would have it under finances, you know.
Yep.
I would like to see that
Oh, yeah.
report. I
Absolutely.
would come to here, because I mean, we've discussed that.
Yeah.
And how that's going.
Absolutely, and if reappointed, I know that it was expressed that I definitely, Shireen and I could definitely check in more with you all if you have any questions and concerns. Sometimes
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how often you wanted to see.
Quarterly is what I think we kind of like, you know, it's like, how are you guys doing? What are you doing? What's on your plate?
Absolutely. I'd be more than happy.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for your service and for reapplying. You know, a lot of times we look out at boards and kind of scratch our heads and wonder where they're going. What's been your experience over there? And if there was one thing that you feel like the commissioners know that maybe you don't think we do know, what would that be about that board?
I think just like any board, we have had our ebbs and flows. And when I first started on the board, it was one of the first boards I'd ever served on, but I just really enjoyed learning truly about everything. And I think that one thing that I'd really like to share is that I'm huge about relationships. I love getting to know people personally, but I can honestly say that everybody on that board is working really hard for our community, works really well together. We do board training once a year, even though it's not required. Like, we take it very seriously. And to be quite candid, we're rule followers. I am a rule follower, just day by day. So having guardrails and having things structured and everybody's on the same page when it comes to following rules and understanding that we are in a position that can affect a lot of people, and we all take pride in being appointed to the board and serving our community in that aspect. So that is one thing that I can say, that you may not know.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Erica, thank you for reapplying. I follow you and what the visitor council is doing. I like to keep track of your keeping
Yeah, the campground.
glamping or whatever you want to call it. I have no questions as far as your application. I do you had said earlier that you make donations to different groups and to help them get started to promote that and stuff. I would suggest that maybe the Visitors Council could look into the search and rescue. Search and rescue, over 60% of search and rescue missions in the state are non-resident. In Fremont County, it's almost 90%. And there's no bills sent out. There's nothing, no reimbursement. I mean, there is reimbursement. I'm on the Search and Rescue Council. And so twice a year we meet and we reimburse search and rescue groups all over the state for their missions or expenses that they, lost or stolen equipment. Helicopters now is last year it was $5,000 an hour for a helicopter, and it's going to be with fuel price, it's going to be 10. So I mean, helicopters are a huge thing for us. But anyway, I would ask that you look into see if the local search and rescue teams would take a donation of any kind, even just show your appreciation. I mean, because without all the advertisement for the visitors and so on and so forth, and the increased number of visitors, their job would be kind of quiet.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, that's all
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And we will do that.
Okay. Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I move to reappoint Erica Yarber on the Wind River Visitors Council.
Second.
We moved and seconded to reappoint Erica Harper on for a 3-year term. Excuse me. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
So please come back, both of you, and we'll
There's
have some more discussion
Yes.
about this. Sure. Thank you. So we will start with our library board interviews. I would ask that the applicants not be present in this room while we're interviewing other members. If you could kindly step out, and we will ask you to come back in when your turn is up. Example of how we do our board interviews with Erica, and we will follow the same procedure. We will do 2, and then we'll take a short break, and then we will finish the rest after our break. So, Aaron. If you'll introduce yourself, please.
My name is Erin Cunningham, born and raised here in Fremont County in Riverton.
Yes.
You asked everybody to step out. That was an applicant. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Everybody who's an applicant on here needs to log on the chart. Did you?
No other applicants?
There's a lot of people in. As soon as somebody was, okay, we had to just do it first.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Nope, that's fine. I understand. Again, Erin Cunningham, born and raised in Fremont County here over in Riverton. Mom of 2 kids, 8th grader and a 4th grader. Part of the roller derby community across the state, Colorado and Idaho. Avid reader. don't live a very interesting life, to be honest with you.
Well, roller derby is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is. I just ref now. I just officiate. My kids play, but I just officiate.
Is
Any longer.
Lloyd still involved?
What's that?
Is
Yes,
Lloyd-
yes. He's actually the junior coach.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you again.
Yeah, you're fine.
So, and I will state this right from the beginning, with the large number of applicants that we have, we will more than likely not decide today. We will take our time and review the applications again and take our time.
That's the understanding.
And we will notify each and every one when the decision is made. Okay. All right, we'll start with questions. Commissioner Fabricius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Aaron,
Aaron, okay. Aaron, this is the question I have for you. While the county commissioners do not advocate book banning, there are some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children find books of suggestive content on the shelves of the youth children's section of the library. While there are other people in the county who believe anything goes in the library books in the youth children's section. Where do you fit in this scenario?
the hot topic, and we all know it. I don't believe in book banning. I don't believe in censorship. And so the author is pretty much, they are the one that sets the audience for their book, and that is where it's usually shelved in the library. And I understand that there are some items that some parents may find inappropriate for their own children. However, I don't believe that those materials should be removed from the intended audience and limit those from a possible audience that may benefit from that book. I raise my boys with my own belief system, and I let them know that this may not be appropriate for us, so we're not going to partake, but it could be appropriate for somebody else. Rules are different, and unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, my kids have experience with that being divorced. There's different rules at that house than there are at mom's house. So we just have to do our best to instill our own values into our children and help them make the right decisions. I also would suggest that, be involved in your kids' lives and learn what they're reading. I personally have never found anything at the library that I have found explicit, or as the word has been used, pornography. I have asked people to give me some examples, and I've never seen anything. I've never gotten any examples back. So it's a hard topic when nobody's giving me examples. So.
Mr. Chair, we're gonna do one question first, then go around.
No, let's do two and
Do
then
two.
yeah.
Okay. The second question, Aaron, is, I received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, at the very first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and a mother in public comment said that the child and the grandchild were exposed to hardcore porn by a man looking on a computer at the library, unquote. Commissioners were made aware of this situation. We sent a letter to the library board on August of 2023, asking that filters be put on the computers. Nothing has been done for 2 years and 10 months. What's your opinion about this situation?
I believe that there should be filters. That my kids' phones are filtered for certain content. There should be filters on the computers in the children's section. I personally cannot say if there are or are not. My children do use those computers, and I've never been worried about them using those computers, to be honest with you. There's librarians there, close by. So if there's not a sensor on there, there should be. In the children's section, I will state, I cannot speak to if there is or is not because I have not tested it. My kids have not tested it, so answer your question.
Good enough.
It's hard to answer when I don't actually know if there is a censor or not, and
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thank you for applying. Kind of a follow-up of what was just discussed, or just asked on the age appropriate. I see your background's a lot of professional, type problem solving, mediation and stuff of that nature. So as these controversies come up and you're on the board and all this is going on, you got one side that doesn't believe this and the other side does believe this. How do you approach that? How do you handle that, conversation? And how do we get this settled?
that is a great question. And I have taken a mediation course. Doesn't mean that I'm a pro at it or anything, but even at work, it's a lot of times finding the best solution for everybody. I don't like the term win-win or lose-lose situation, because I hate to say it, it's always a win-lose situation. Somebody is going to win, somebody is going to lose. And you have to compromise and you have to give in order to get. That's just kind of how life works. So you need to take what you can and work with what you have. You're not always going to agree, especially when you have such strong personalities, as we've seen on this library board. And we've seen in the community with the library, we have two very set different opinions. We have one side and the other side, and they're not going to agree. And that is just how it's going to be. And you're just going to have to work around it and hope that you can come to a conclusion. Try to find some common ground with everybody. Because as I just said, I do not believe in banning books, but I do believe that there should be censors on computers. I do believe that, something should be in place. So I think that it's finding a deeper root, a deeper cause, and looking into what actually people would like done, rather than just, oh, there's porn in the library, we need to remove it. Well, is there really? And is it something that we can solve? So
That's all I have.
Commissioner Thomas.
Chairman, Ms. Cunningham, I asked a few organizational administrative questions. Can you give me your understanding the issue? What is the governing board to you?
ask questions, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Governing board to me, somebody that oversees the daily processes of an organization, of a group of people, an entity of some sort. Is a board that works together, that helps govern and solve problems and issues and helps improve and efficiently run something.
And then my second question in that is, what responsibility will you have as a board member, do you think, in that governing board?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I do not have much experience being on a board. I was on the roller derby board. But that is the only thing. But I can tell you that my responsibility being on the library board is to listen to the community and act in the best interest of what is right for the entire community. Not just for me and my family, not just for somebody else and their family, but for everybody in the community, and try to come to an agreement and get everybody to work so that we can have a successful library that everybody can enjoy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for applying. So if you could only pick one, and this isn't fair, but I don't care. If you could only pick one thing for the library to focus on, what would it be? What's important for us in this modern era?
Community involvement. You want me to elaborate?
You should fear.
I mean, we already see that our library does so many great community activities. Me and my boys do quite a lot of them. They and me both do the summer reading program. I think reading is fundamental. As a mother of a dyslexic child, reading has not always come easy to him. And so being able to do these other fun activities at the library helps him introduce him to books as well. But we do the movie days, my youngest loves the Lego Club. They have a magic show coming up that we're pretty excited about. We saw it last year. But not only that, but utilizing the meeting spaces and going back to that meeting space. My son actually will be taking classes with a trainer for his dyslexia, using the library as a community room. So doing things, chalk the walk, the movie nights, things like that, getting the whole entire community involved. That's the community is for, the library is for everybody, every person in this community, and everybody needs to, be able to take that and be involved if they so choose.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
And how do you separate personal feelings and what's right for the community?
You can't always. Honestly, let's just be real. I will always have biases. Everybody has biases. But as a mother and as somebody that has been in the corporate world for years, you sometimes just have to set it aside and understand that, yeah, you may not necessarily like the decision, but you need to do what is best in order for everybody to thrive. You're only as good as your weakest link in your community. Your community is only as good as, the lowest members. I hate to say that, but it's such a bad example, but so that is why we need to, public schools is a great example. Public schools helps raise a good community. So great public school system helps raise a good community. Same with our library. And so you can't always separate your thoughts and your feelings, but you sometimes have to make hard decisions. It's hard to turn off my mom brain, and I'm thinking, and that's just all about being an adult, but it honestly is. We're all going to have our biases, and we're all going to think, and we're all going to argue, just like, again, I've said before about the banning of the books. That is just one of my opinions. However, I am responsible enough to know that if somebody brings me material that, they deem inappropriate and have good cause for it, then there should possibly be a reason as to remove it. And so you have to be open and willing to push your own biases aside, as hard as it is. I'm sure you guys deal with that quite often.
Yeah. Do you think there should be an age appropriate section for the books that are in question or considered how offensive to some material? And pornography is a strong word.
It's very strong word.
So do you think there should be an age appropriate section in the library for those books?
As again, since I have not been given any examples of what these books are, I've seen, we've all seen the banned book list and all of that. I have not read a lot of them, so I don't know. So it's hard for me to say, is there an age appropriate and what is that age limit? They are deemed, again, young adult, and it's my understanding they're in the young adult section. So it's hard to say, oh, this book needs to be in the, 16, 17 section, and this one can be, in the 13, 14 section. Because again, it's the author that determines who their intended audience is, and that is usually how books get shelved. I trust that our librarians are doing their job and shelving these correctly and where they should be. So without an example or this actually happening, it is really hard for me to answer that question. I'm sorry, Commissioner, because I don't think that there should be a specific age section, young adult, maybe a more mature adult, but I do not think that we should lock books up or hide them or put them somewhere else if they're young adult. Of course, we do not want them, with the little kids stuff as well. And
I guess what I'm saying, in your case, you have a fourth grader and an eighth grader.
Yes, that's,
Would your fourth grader, would you let that fourth grader read the same material as your eighth?
probably not, no. It's funny that you say that because we were at the bookstore over in Riverton and he wanted a Stephen King book. And I'm like, oh, honey, no, you're not old enough for Stephen King yet. I'm like, you just, the writing style alone is just, but the material. And he understood, but again, I've kind of raised my kids where, when mom explains something not appropriate right now, he gets it, but so no, I would not necessarily want I don't necessarily want my eighth grader reading some of, the more mature content that I read. I'm currently in the cult that is the Dungeon Crawler Carl series right now. I don't know if anybody knows that, but don't start because you'll get addicted. I do not necessarily want my kids, listening to some of that and or reading it. And again, I think that's where making sure that it's housed in the correct section. So as of right now, my fourth grader still kind of shops for his books down on the lower floor in the Riverton, whereas my older eighth grader is upstairs. So that's kind of where we're at with the age appropriateness. So.
I think that's all the questions we have for now. And like I said earlier, once we make a decision, we'll let you know as soon as we make that decision.
Sounds great. Thank you guys so much for your time today.
Thank you for coming in.
Yes, and good luck. You have a busy schedule ahead of you.
Yes. Alexandra Etzinger. Oh, she's probably absent.
Yeah.
Yes, please. If you'll introduce yourself, and if you have an opening statement, we'll welcome that.
Okay, thank you. My name is Alexandra Etzinger. I go by Allie. I am a mother and a wife. We are farmers and ranchers over in Riverton. We live on the north side of Riverton. We have cropland and we also have sheep operation that we do there. And thank you for this opportunity to come and interview here with you all. I believe that's all I have.
We'll start out with some questions from the commissioners and we'll go from there. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, and Alexandra, thanks for applying. So I just have one question, and so if the library could only focus on one thing to be successful, only one, what would it be?
Thank you for the question. I believe that it would be stewardship. There's a lot of responsibility that the library holds with the community. They have a responsibility for stewardship. They need to steward well the trust that has been given them by the community members, and whether that's financially, whether that is the hearts and minds of the patrons, to steward that trust from the community and to reflect principles and proper policies to the community.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Sure. So in my mind, stewardship looks like really being in touch with the community, being familiar with the policies, and being assured that those policies have been implemented well, that they continue to be applied well across the board, and by the board, I mean with those that are involved with the day-to-day ins and outs of the library. I would say that, I don't believe it is the responsibility of the board to review every book in the library, but I think it's very important that the board has policies and procedures that are implemented well. And if there need policy changes to make sure that that happens, that is something that I believe the board should be responsible and be proactive in creating those kinds of policies and procedures.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Thomas.
Chairman. Welcome.
Thank you.
My question, to you, in your point of view, your understanding, can you tell us what a governing board is?
Sure. As opposed to a advisory board, and an advisory board is there for recommendations and guidance, but they're ultimately not responsible for legally or in any sense legally they're not responsible, but a governing board would be, from what I understand, that is what the library board is, and that would be ultimate responsibility for fiduciary purposes, for oversight, for hiring the executive director and maintaining day-to-day policies and updating them as the need demands. I believe that that's the role of a governing board.
And so my second question is, what do you feel is your responsibility, your accountability as a board member on that governing board?
Sure, I think that a strong board has many different opinions. And it's always respectful in the conversation. And I think that is something that I could definitely bring to the board, is just a willingness to learn, understand, and respect one another's opinions. Did that answer your question fully? Or would you repeat the question?
What in your mind, in your view, what would your responsibility, your accountability as a board member?
Okay, yeah, so I think just healthy discussions, making sure that different points of views and community perspectives are respected and are heard. And I think that that's something from my experience that I could possibly lend to the board, would be that I've been involved in the community in different capacities. My family is here. I have skin in the game in this community. I have deep roots here, and I want to reflect that well. And it's not a hardship for me to be confronted. Every time there is any confrontation or disagreement, I believe that I could stand on policy and on principle in the midst of pressure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you for applying.
Thank you.
I'll just get into it. With the controversy, of the books in the library.
Sure.
We've got two different types of people. One who believes there's a controversy and there's problems with specific books in specific areas of the library. That's been an issue ongoing for a while.
Sure.
The other side doesn't believe that there's a controversy and believes that the books should be there. But I don't think either one is a ban the books. It's just controversy. So when if you are appointed, how would you approach that conversation? How would you take a professional approach to mediate that?
Sure.
Question for both, to listen to both. How would you come to conclusions?
Thank you. That's actually a topic I've been thinking about, and I think that comes back to stewardship again. I think it's the responsibility of the library board to steward well both the perspectives of the community members and the policies and procedures that are that are established in the library board. So I believe that it would be how I would navigate that situation is it is ultimately the parents' responsibility to make sure that they are guarding their children according to their desires. However, it is also the responsibility of the library to make sure that we're stewarding the trust that we've been granted from the community. And age appropriateness, I believe, is something to keep in mind. Do we have age appropriate material here? Because to be honest, not every child that comes into the library has a parent that's going to proofread everything for them. So I think there is balance to be had here. We do need to be careful. We need to make sure that the policy is accurate. We are abiding by the policy that is established. And if there isn't one, we need to work really thoroughly together in trying to establish a policy that is enforceable and that is technically doable by those that work in the library. And I think that that's part of being an oversight governing board is making sure that that responsibility is stewarded well. And that comes down to the stewardship.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Fabricius.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for applying. My question is similar to Commissioner Wilson's. I'll read to you. While the commissioners do not debate banning books, there are some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children buy books of suggested content on the shelves of the youth children's section of the library. Well, there are other people in the county who believe anything goes in the library books in the youth children's section. Where do you fit in this scenario?
Sure. I will say that I do believe that children should always be valued and the purity and innocence of children should always be stewarded well. That goes back to stewardship to me. Also, that the parents have entrusted a public institution with the hearts and minds of their children. And I think it's very critical that parents get to guide those decisions. And so I think that a lot of these conversations need to be had between the parent and the child. However, I just keep going back to many of the children that I work with in this community that don't have parents that are involved with those things. And I would be ashamed to find out that something was stimulated, any perversity was stimulated, or those minds were open toward things that they're mentally not ready for yet because of an accidental exposure. So I would say that again goes back to making sure that those policies are in place from the library board's viewpoint and that it's being implemented well from those that work in the library, because it is essential that we steward well the trust that we've been given by our community with the hearts and minds of children. And also age appropriateness is something that should be valued, whether that's why there's ratings on TV shows. That's why there's all kinds of barriers to entry for all across our community. And I think it's extremely important that we have that same consistency and protection of children should always be the focus of the governing individuals.
My second question is, I've received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, at my very first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and a mother in public comment said that their child and grandchild were exposed to hardcore porn by a man looking on one of the computers at the library, unquote. The commissioners were made aware of this situation. We sent a letter to the library board on August the 20th, 2023, asking that filters be put on the computers. Nothing has happened in 2 years and 10 months. What's your opinion on this situation?
Yes, that is a problem. Internet filtering is something that should be addressed. Absolutely. I think that internet access is a right that the library gets to have extended toward the general public. And so I do believe that internet access is important. However, I do believe that internet filtering should be a standard by which that should never be said, that there was adult content exposure to a child or a minor. It's not age appropriate at all. So that there needs to be, in a public setting, because this is a public place, there should be policies and internet filters that set those boundaries to where that is not even possible to be exposed, to expose a child. And I don't even, I would have to acquaint myself with the policies and exactly how those internet filters work. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure if it's just an an app or something that is put onto there to make sure that that is not ever displayed for public view, because the public by definition includes all ages. And so I think it's really important at a public library that those filters are strong, because we are trying to protect the vulnerable and the innocent there. That is the role of internet filters. And so those would have to be not only strong, but it would have to be implemented well. So it's not only from the policy point, but it would be ensuring that those are actually being implemented. 2 years of who knows how many more kids being exposed to those kind of content is frankly unacceptable in my view.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ally, thank you for coming in today. Do you, and you've kind of answered this previously. Do you think there should be an age appropriate section for the books that may be considered obscene, pornographic, or whatever? You know, I mean, pornographic is a strong word, but
Sure. Yes, I believe that to be forthright, I believe that it should be. I would love to know what the policy already is with the library board regarding those kinds of materials. And I would do my best to make sure that there is a barrier to entry of exposure for children to things that their parents have not vetted, things that their parents would not approve of. Because I think that should be carefully worked through. And I realize that is not the role of the board members, is to go through every book that's in the library. However, I think it is vital that the employees there, the volunteers there, are aware of what the policy is and that they are implementing it properly. Now, to answer specifically of, do I believe there should be a separation of age appropriateness? I do believe that is a possibility, and what exactly that looks like, I have no idea. But it would be something I'd be fully willing to investigate and see if that was even practical. I believe that it could be. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I think that there could be, if we really prioritize the hearts and minds of our children, I think that it would be something that we would consider.
the last question I have for you. How do you separate your personal feelings, beliefs from what's best for the community?
Sure. Well, I would say that what's best for the community is I would be a reflective person of what is best for the community. And it takes a lot of self-awareness. It takes listening and being open to hearing what people have to say to really come to those conclusions of what is best for the community. I will say that when there is something that is controversial, I am more than happy to be standing on principle and policy instead of pressure. That's just my bottom line every time. It doesn't faze me a bit when I have people against me, but I will say that, so just making sure that there's strong policies and there's strong principles. And I feel like to be a proper representative of the community, you have to be in touch with what the community members want. So I would say that it's not necessarily a separation. I will advocate for what the community members, what I'm hearing them say. But ultimately, I have experience in working with people that have contrary opinions to myself. And I always rest with the decision, no matter what it is. It's not a hardship for me.
Okay, well, again, thank you for coming in and, we have a long list of
Yes.
interviews. It, it probably won't happen today. So once it happens, then Emma will notify you whether it's successful or not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
With that, we're gonna take a 10-minute break and come back. We'll start, our interviews again with, Lauren Flower.
Correct.
Okay. Loren, if you'll introduce yourself, and if you have an opening statement, that'd be great.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, good afternoon. Well, good morning still, I guess. Good morning, everyone. My name is Loren Flower, and can everyone hear me okay?
Not a problem.
I've lived in Fremont County for 8 years now. We moved here as my husband works for the Forest Service as a wildlife biologist, and I am a remote worker in the educational technology world. I work at an Amplify company that works with the science of reading. I am the manager of state contracts for the state of Colorado to ensure that their students get access to the science of reading K through 3. I have entered my application into the Fremont County Library because I am a mother of 2 young kids. I have a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. Not only do we utilize the library on a regular basis for the purpose of obviously bringing books home with us, but also with all the activities. And as a person who's traveled all over the United States, lived all over the United States.
You cut out.
I know, I noticed that. So I apologize if you can't hear me. I do feel like I'm screaming. I apologize. I just want to make sure everyone can hear me. So as a person, a mother of 2 young kids, I think it's really important, and a person who has lived all over the country, to have access to the library, and to be able to provide that access to each and every one of us. So here I am.
Okay, great. We'll start with some questions.
Sure.
And just so you know ahead of time, with the large number of applicants,
Of course.
we probably won't get this decision done today. We'll notify you as soon as we do.
Of course, and I respect that. I want you to take your time.
Okay,
For sure.
Commissioner Wilson.
So thank you for applying.
Yeah, of course.
As we all know, there's a lot of controversy about books in the library. In the children's section particularly,
Yes.
is the controversial area. And some believe that there is age inappropriate material in there. Some believe that it is appropriate. So in your expertise and in your experience as a mom and as a frequent library person, as well as in maybe your professional life, how would you use that experience in solving that problem and so that we can get past this? How would you approach that problem?
I think families in Fremont County have a right to have a say over what is age appropriate for their kids. I think that we all, as citizens of this country, have a right to say and speak our truths. And in that same vein, as a library board, I also believe that we have an obligation to hear everybody out, not just the loudest, but everybody, and be able to create policy and consistency in what we expect to be in our library, and then deliver that to our our director, and a trust that she will implement that. And that's how I think we would approach it. Because I think there's a difference between governance and to be socially involved in it as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fabricius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for mine.
Yes.
My question is this. While commissioners do not advocate book banning, there are some people in the county who choose not to have their children, underage children, find books of suggestive content on the shelf of the youth children's section of the library. While there are other people in the county who believe anything goes in the library books for the youth children's section. Where do you fit in this scenario?
I go back to my statement. We all have our own, we all come to the table with our own story and our own way in which we parent and in which we approach complicated situations. Not one way is the right way. So with that said, as a board of being on a board of the library, I think it is important for us to set our policy, stick with consistency, regardless of who's speaking louder, stick with our consistency and trust in our director to follow through with those expectations. And yes, there will be complications. And yes, people will dislike it or like what is on the table, but it is up to them to also make that decision. If they do not want their child to read a book, then talk to their children about it and not have them take that book. If they're okay with that book and they want to have that conversation with their child about it, that's their responsibility. It's not our responsibility as a board of director. We have policy, we follow that policy, and we trust in our director. Moving forward, then the parents make those decisions.
My second part question here. I received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, "At my very first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and mother in public comment said that their child and grandchild were exposed to hardcore porn by a man looking on one of the computers in the library." Unquote. The commissioners were made aware of the situation. We sent a letter to the library board on August 2023, asking that filters be put on the computers. Nothing has happened in 2 years and 10 months. What's your opinion on the situation?
Well, first of all, that is extremely unfortunate that that person was looking at porn at the library and actually had access to it. I think it's also unfortunate that it took so long to get filters on the computer, right? The other part of the puzzle too is what went wrong? My question for the board is, why did it take so long to get filters on there? And what did they do in result of that comment? Did anyone approach this grandma? Did anyone reach out to them specifically? Was there any problem solving that went with it? There's not one thing to blame here. It's unfortunate, and that's disgusting that that happened. And I hope that that person talked with their children about it. And oftentimes in these complicated situations, things don't turn overnight. It's unfortunate it took 2 years. So that's something that we need to address. Why is it taking us longer to put on filters such as that? And how did that person have access? Right. Are we going to solve every problem that's going to come our way? Are we going to run into complicated situations? Yeah, that's life. Are we going to then blame everybody because the world can be messy? No. That is our chance as a library board, and then trusting our director to do the best that we can with the circumstances and the technology and the tools that we have to continue to protect our children and our families, and also stay within our policy and stay within our governance. I'm not here to sit here and blame.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Thomas.
Chairman, Mr. Flower, the question is, from your standpoint of view, and you talked a little bit about governing. From your standpoint, explain to us what you feel is the governing board.
The governing board is a board that holds legal, fiduciary, and has the ability to decision-making on the organization.
Right? And then what would be your accountability and responsibility as a as a board member on that board?
To follow those, to learn more about the legalities of our library board, to continue to better understand our fiduciary responsibilities as a library that has not just one library, but 3 libraries in a matter of 9,000 square miles or something of libraries. To better understand our constituents and have a working and collaborative relationship with our director.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, and thank you for applying. So just one question for you. If the library could only focus on one thing to be successful in 2020, what should it be?
Ask you that same question. You're down to one. As a previous executive director of a nonprofit in a small rural community, I think one of the most powerful and effective tools is the relationship between the board of directors and the director of the organization. And I believe that the most effective and long-term and sustainable approach is to have a trust and working and collaborative relationship between all of those on the board and Anita. And to trust her skills, understand, ask questions, and to work together to find the common ground and common understanding. Because within all the differences that we all have, no matter how human we are, we have a lot of commonalities that we often overlook because whatever policy or whatever frustrations we have. So for us to be an effective board, I want us to work through the struggles and the challenges and come up with what is our common goal and how do we want to approach that common goal together as a team and to hear each other and put our political things aside and do it for the families of our rural community. We need it.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Lauren, thank you for coming in today and thank you for your application. Do you think there should be an age-appropriate section for books that may be considered obscene or pornographic?
Of course.
Second question, how do you separate your personal feelings and beliefs from what's best for the community and the libraries?
It's through asking and listening. I mean, I know that sounds sort of simple and maybe too simple for this interview, but I think it's so easy for all of us to come with so many of our own opinions. Yet how often do we listen to each other? How often do we actually hear what the other person is saying and find our common ground? And I think that's the most important thing in a rural community is to find our common ground. And I may not always agree. And they may not always agree with me. But I think it's important to have the conversation and have those hard conversations and find your common ground. And that's where I can put my emotions aside and find where it is that we both share.
Okay. So, that's all the questions I have, or this board has. I'll let you know that you won't make the decision today. I think I told you.
We did.
So
Thank you.
I'm old now, so I'm repeating myself.
Hey, I still do it. I do it too. You're in good circle.
Okay, well, thank you for coming in. We appreciate it.
Yes.
And we'll let you know as
Thank
soon
you
as
for
we
your time.
make that decision.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Karen.
Can I say something just real quick? At the last library board meeting, I wanted to say to you, Mr. Fabricius, they do have filters at the Lander Library. They were able to do that. There's an issue, and Julie, tell me if I'm saying this.
Yeah, can I speak to that?
Yeah, but they also,
Point of
we are.
order. You're out of order, ma'am.
So we will We'll continue our. Karen, if you'll introduce yourself and if you have no statement, we'd love to hear it.
Hello, my name is Karen Hobart, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and you all. I guess my opening statement is, I'd like to give back to my community, and for years, I volunteered with children that were in state custody. It wasn't a very uplifting volunteer job, and so I saw this posting. I thought, what a perfect place to have fun and do something I really enjoy.
Well, if you're ready, we'll ask questions and we'll notify you when the decision's made.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. And thank you for applying. Just one question. If the library could only focus on one thing to be successful in 2026, what would it be?
I guess I would say like getting as many people as possible to come check out books in whatever capacity and read them. So maybe increase the number of books that are checked out or new readership. I think there's a lot of, I don't want to pick one, a lot of things that you could focus on.
Did. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you for applying, first of all. There's controversy that's been going on for a while now with particular area of books in the library. And in this controversy, there is one side that believes that there isn't or any exist. Basically, the other side believes there is some problems and it needs to be addressed of age appropriations.
Okay.
Now, with your experience, you're a professional in your life, how would you approach that? How would you use your experience to solve that problem, to work on that problem?
So you're asking me what I would do to solve the problem between two disagreeing sides? I think you need to understand both sides first and foremost, and understand where they're coming from, and then come to an agreement as adults and look at all the research and data that's out there and try to make the best decision for the community. It's not about my individual opinion. It would be about what is best for the community that I serve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Chairman. Ms. Hobart. My question is, from your understanding, could you tell us your understanding of what a governing board is?
Well, when I went on the website and I looked at the definition of the library board, because I wasn't familiar with that. I haven't been involved in my library in the town that I grew up in. I went to the library a lot, but I wasn't part of any board or commission. And I guess my view of it is you are just help oversee the library's administration and policies.
Okay, so second question is, in that understanding, if you truly understand a governing board, what is your responsibility and accountability as a board member of that board?
Well, I think it would be to participate as a group to come to consensus that is to the benefit of the people who use the library.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fabricius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for replying. Appreciate it. My question is, here. All the commissioners do not advocate book banning. There are some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children find books of suggested content on the shelves of the youth children's section of the library. Well, there are other people in the county who believe anything goes in the library books. in the youth children's section. Where do you fit in on this scenario?
Well, I'm a parent and I have two twin 10-year-old boys and a 16-year-old daughter. And so when my boys go into the library, I go in there with them and they pick out the books and I look at them and we check them out together. So I think as far as a parent's role, I'm there. I'm there to assist them if they need help, and I'm also there to look at what they're checking out.
My second question is, I've received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, at my first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and a mother in public comment said that their grandchild or grandchild were exposed to hardcore porn by a man looking on one of the computers in the library, unquote. The commissioners were made aware of the situation. We sent a letter to the library board on August 2023, asking that filters be put on the computers. Nothing has happened in 2 years and 10 months. What's your opinion about this situation?
Well, I guess I would go to the library and see if I could access that material on the computer first, and do a little background and research. And I think, you know, when you look at schools, they have filters, libraries should have filters. I don't know about, I would assume if you guys work for the city, you probably also have filters on your computer as well. I know mistakes can happen, especially young kids. They're pretty savvy about getting around stuff, but with the right and appropriate software, that should not happen. And if the grandmother and the mother was with the child, did they move them away from the computer, or did they say something to the librarian? Like, I would want to know, like, the events that unfolded with that situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'd also just say, like, when I drive down the road, my kids are seeing signs off to the side that say stuff. So sometimes, you know, we do our best to protect our kids, but we don't always have full control of that.
Karen, thank you for applying and thank you for coming in. How do you separate your personal feelings and beliefs from what is best for the community and the libraries?
That's a really good question. You know, even when you're in your job, you have to consider, well, you know, what is my job versus what do I think? You know, I think the role of being on the library board is to represent your community. And of course, everybody's going to have their own opinions, but my opinion may not be necessarily best for somebody sitting next to me. And so I have to consider the whole, not just myself.
Do you think there should be age-appropriate section for books that may be considered obscene or pornographic?
In the library?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I think that, like, I guess I'd want to know the definition of pornographic. When I look it up, I mean, in the dictionary, it might be different than what somebody else says. Well, it has a certain word. Well, that's pornographic. Well, not necessarily.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions we have. We'll notify you as soon as we make a decision, and we'll go from there. And thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marta. Yeah.
We got it.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
If you'll introduce yourself, and if you have an opening statement, that'd be great, and then we'll ask you questions. You've done this before.
Yes,
so.
thank you, Commissioner Allen. I'm Marta Mossberg, and I just wanted to thank you for appointing me last time around to the library board. It's been an honor and a challenge. I'd say that the three things that I've focused on over the past 3 years have been transparency, protecting children from sexually explicit material, and then also just local control of the library. On the transparency front, when I joined the board, none of our meetings were on Zoom. We took very minimal notes in order that it was easier for discussion. That was argument at the time, but I thought that was wrong because I thought that the public needed to be able to know what was being discussed at library board meetings because they are difficult to attend, especially when we're in Du Bois. So I pushed really hard for that, and as a result, we do have our meetings online and they're recorded and they can be accessed at a later date. Secondly, there are very few items that we were reviewing financially and otherwise at board meetings. So one of the things I pushed very hard for was to have more receipts so that we could review them at every board meeting and know that what we were approving, we actually approved. And as a governing board, I think that's very important. Other statistics and metrics I asked for included circulation data, foot traffic, just general information on what I thought it was, what I think is important to understand how a library works. And that information was also not included in our regular monthly board packets, and now is, in part because I pushed hard for that. As far as protecting children from sexually explicit material, that has been something I've wanted from the beginning. I've wanted computer filtering, and that's finally happening after 3 years. And after you guys asked, I believe it's over 2 years ago now for that to happen. I've never believed in book banning. I think that there's things that are appropriate and developmentally appropriate for children, and those that are appropriate for adults. And think that books that don't belong in the children's section could be moved to the adult section. We have a very limited budget, and I think it's important to prioritize how we spend that money based on community values. And lastly, I think that it's important to have local control. I don't believe that a group from Chicago, based in Chicago, should dictate what our library policies are. I think we're perfectly capable of deciding what our circulation and materials acquisition policy should be. And actually, we voted unanimously last time around to adopt the language that I wrote, well amended, on our materials acquisition policy. So I think that although we've had some controversial issues, especially with removing the American Library Association, we did come together and find a policy that we think is acceptable and good for our county. Lastly, I'd just like to say that I can't even count the number of times when I've been told that I have a conflict of interest because I also participate in the World Library Association. And our conflict of interest policy specifically states that you cannot receive financial gain, which I don't. I actually have a letter from the head of the WLA, Dan Kleinman, stating that I've never received any financial compensation from the WLA, nor have I made decisions for the group. And in fact, under the logic of my critics, they should not be allowed, or if they were on the board, they would not be allowed to be on the Fremont County Right to Read or the American Library Association. I actually think that's totally wrong. I think it's a good thing that people are connected to other outside organizations. It gives them a deeper perspective and knowledge of what's going on in the country and how to address issues that are going on here locally. So I'm all for people being able to express their First Amendment rights and not to be hampered by or not be told that it's a conflict of interest when in actuality it's actually helping their service. That's my last statement. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Thomas.
Sure. Ms. Mossberg, since you've been on the board for 3 years, my question for you is a little bit different. In your statement, going by your statement, those policies that you talk about from a standpoint of a governing board, were those reviewed with the director prior to vote?
Yes, everything that we've done has been with the participation of the library director. Sometimes we've disagreed with her, sometimes we've agreed with her, but yes.
In that, do you feel that there's been a full source of communication and collaboration with your current director as a governing board?
I do. I don't think the job of a member of the Fremont County Library System Board
is to rubber stamp what, the director or other members might think is the right thing to do. I think that I come at it with my own priorities and try to work with everyone whenever possible, but sometimes there's clashes on what we think should be our priorities, and that happens. That doesn't mean there's a lack of communication. It just means that there's a difference of opinion.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Marta, thanks for your service, and thank you for your reapplying. Appreciate the conversations we've had in the library on transparency and fiduciary responsibility and policy, materials acquisition policy. A question for you today is, if the library could only focus on one thing for 2026 to be successful, what would it be?
I think that it is using the money that it receives wisely. Right now, I think that, there is a limited budget, and we have 3 libraries. And one of the things that has bothered me is that I don't think that each of the libraries receive the same amount of money for materials acquisition. I really would like to see all 3 thrive and have, books and other materials that people really want to use and access. So for me, it is, using our money wisely and in a way that brings more people to the library. It makes it a place that people want to go to, feel safe at, and really benefits the community with its resources.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes, thank you for reapplying.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you the same question, because for a long time now, we've had a lot of controversy about who believes what in the children's section. And some people believe that the controversy is we have data material in that section that is inappropriate and hasn't been dealt with or removed or whatever. And others believe that data material is quite fine in them areas. So tell me how we're gonna get this fixed.
Well, Mr. Wilson, I'd say that we're almost there. We have voted once on a materials acquisition policy. As I noted, it was unanimous. We have one more vote to take before the end of the month. And if that passes, all of those controversial issues are largely behind us. I'd say that there's some, smaller things that will happen going forward. I'm sure that if people could, you've heard some of the books that are in our library. People have read them in commissioner meetings, and that's largely why comment was cut off there for a while. I don't think that, I think those issues will remain just simply because there's more and more books being published all the time, and you can't read everything before you put it in the library. However, but as I said, that materials acquisition policy will be voted on again, and if it will pass, given the current composition of the board. And that means that we can focus on other things going forward, including, most importantly, the financial situation of the library.
Commissioner Parrish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for pointing. My question and comment here is, well, the commissioners do not advocate book ban. There are some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children find books of suggested content on the shelves of the youth children's section of the library. Well, there are others in our county who believe anything goes in the library books in the youth child section. Where do you fit in this scenario?
Well, I have long been an advocate that children should not be exposed to sexually explicit material and stuff, whether it's filtering computers or having just explicit descriptions in books. I think that there's a lot of science to back up the fact that children are not developmentally able to process that information, and that it does in fact rewire their brains and makes it more difficult for them to have successful relationships as adults. So I'm in favor of putting that material in an adult section. And I think, of course, that parents have to play a vital role in this, and that they should be supervising their children when they're picking books. But as a county, as a library board member, I do not think that we should make that available to children. in the children's section.
I received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, "At my very first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and a mother in public comment said that their grandchild were exposed to hardcore porn by a man looking on one of the computers in the library," unquote. The commissioners were made aware of the situation. We sent a letter to the library board in August 2023, asking the filters be put on the computers. The thing has happened in 2 years and 10 months. What is your opinion about this situation?
Well, a lot of this, I was very frustrated by the delay myself. The Lander Library does have filters on the computers now, and we're waiting on Riverton. In the past few months, 6 months, it's largely been a problem because of the IT situation at the county, because we were working with the head of IT, and he, is no longer here, and then couldn't make it, and they put a firewall up initially and called that a filter, but basically, you could type in porn, for example, and it would pop up immediately. So that's all being addressed at the moment for the children's computers.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Marta, thank you for coming in. Thank you for reapplying. You've already answered. First question, do you think there should be an age-appropriate section for books that are considered obscene or pornographic?
I just think they should be moved into the adult section. I don't think we need a separate plus. I mean, that's just what the adult section means.
How do you separate your personal feelings and beliefs from what's best for the community and the library?
I think that, there's things that I wouldn't, want my children to read that I think totally belong in the library. I have no problem separating my personal belief from, acting on the board. I think what it comes down to, though, is that I have a philosophical belief that children should not be exposed to, sexually explicit material. So that to me is both a moral one and a public stance. So I hold those two together on that point.
Well, thank you. We have a number of applicants, as you know, and we probably won't make the decision today, but we will notify you once the decision.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Christie. Oh. Yeah.
I know.
Welcome. If you'll introduce yourself and if you have an opening statement, we'll ask you that. And then after, we will ask you some questions and we'll notify you when the decision's made,
Okay.
one way or the other.
All right, thank you so much. Hi, I'm Christy Richmond, and for 90% of my life, I have lived in Fremont County, Wyoming. I am a recently retired educator who worked in public education 25 years in the classroom as a government history and sociology teacher. And the final 5 years of my career, I worked in high school administration. I feel that my professional experience, coupled with my personal commitment to Fremont County, to learning, to education, to intellectual freedom, has made me really excited to pursue this opportunity. And thank you for inviting me to be here today.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Christy, thanks for applying.
Thank you.
So just one question.
Yes.
If the library could focus on only one thing to be successful in 2026, what should it be?
Well, the purpose of a library is to provide a repository for knowledge. which I think is critical to civilized society, probably one of the most foundational aspects. So in 2026, I would think that taking the necessary steps to ensure that you have a well-balanced collection in your library that best reflects where we are as a society currently, best reflects your community, and ensures accessibility to all patrons and stakeholders in that resource.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thank you for applying.
Thank you.
As we all know, there's been a lot of controversy with the library specifically, and books of our data of the books and within the books are explicit details of books in the children's section or age appropriate sections. So how would you approach that conversation due to your experience? How would you use that experience and to help in this conversation of both sides? One believes that we do not have a problem. The other side believes there is data that needs to be moved or watched. How would you approach that? How are you going to work on that problem?
Well, I think that you start with sound policy and procedure. Obviously, every single human being enters a situation with personal opinions, personal values, and beliefs. And in order to manage that in the best interest of all library patrons, then it's necessary to have policy in place for procedures in which you review that systematically. And you rely on that systematic review to provide you with the information to be able to arrive at a decision. I do think that's the importance of a board, that not only do you have well-developed policy that is reliable in those situations, but also that you have a collaborative team in which you systematically review those materials and arrive at a decision. It's critically important because, you know, you have passion on both sides of that and they feel very strongly. And so I think as human beings and as fallible as we are, what we can hope for most is if we have sound procedures in place that we can arrive at a decision that we can stand behind and rely on as being the fairest that we could provide under those circumstances.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fabricius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for applying. Comment questions here. While the commissioners do not advocate book banning, there are some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children find books of suggested content on the shelves of the youth children's section of the library. Well, there are others people in the county who believe anything goes in the library books in the youth children's section. Where do you fit in this scenario?
I think that, you know, when you're looking at a library and, you know, my experience in public education, obviously, you know, I've developed a lot of curriculum in the last 30 years where you're making decisions all the time about what materials you should include, for what reason, and, you know, the appropriateness of those materials for the students that you serve in that situation. And so relying upon that experience, I know that, you know, you use professional standards, again, relying on policy and what professional organizations have provided in information about those materials. And, you know, it's like, I think that when you follow established guidelines, it gets, you know, as clear as it can be for that. Because once again, you know, like rating systems for movies or Lexile scores for reading, you know, we do rely on professional information to give us guidance. And then it's like, once we have that professional guidance, which applies to acquiring library collections and knowing where things would be cataloged. Then you rely on parents and parents making decisions. I, as a parent, was first and last word, my husband and I, on what kind of information we wanted our children to consume at the various stages of their lives. And we rely on the library and the technology that we now have that parents can supervise those decisions. Either, well, I guess all of the above, not either, but through communicating with their children and through, making decisions alongside them, and being able to use online platforms to see what kind of materials their children are seeking and checking out with the library.
My next question. I received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, at my first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and a mother in public comments said that their child and grandchild were exposed to hardcore porn by a man looking on one of the computers at the library, unquote. The commissioners were made aware of the situation. We sent a letter to the library board on August 2023, asking the filters be put on computers. Nothing has been happened for 2 years and 10 months. What's your opinion on this situation?
I don't feel like, and especially dating back to 2023, I don't know that I can answer particularly personal opinion to that. What I can speak to is, again, I worked in a high school setting, and I also, one of the primary responsibilities as administrator was managing student discipline. We have filters on, or we had, I guess they still have it, but I'm retired now, filters on our system that would block certain information from the students being able to access on their student devices or any devices on our system. And what I can tell you is that even when those are in place, they work imperfectly sometimes, both ways, because, kids are trying to do their biology project and have been blocked from everything because of, and so there's a lot of navigating and adjusting and a lot of communication that has to happen to make even those filters, because of course they sell them to you saying this is going to be the end all be all, but the filters themselves are an imperfect tool. And again, it has to be navigated. Obviously, no one wants that scenario. Personally, professionally, I can't imagine a single person who would be like, yeah, that's super awesome. Nobody wants a 5-year-old to walk past a computer and see any sort of imaging like that. I personally would never want that and would take great offense to that, because, when you have people that have an equal and compelling right to be there, there should be certain standards in place that secure that it be healthy and acceptable for all people there. The filters themselves are a tool that have to be navigated, and you have to learn how to use them, and you have to be able to, pull up the information and figure out what's going on. Because simply flagging something, because that's, work two different ways really. It either block things entirely, or we as administrators received flags and then had to respond to what we were seeing. So in that situation, I believe it falls within then the work of the board to be able to address those things and try to mitigate those concerns to the best of our ability, and to try to limit those situations from happening. And I believe with the tools in place and learning to use them and being able to navigate those processes, you can do that. As far as the time frame, I can't speak to any of that because I don't know what the circumstances were.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Christy, thank you for coming in. Thank you for your application. Do you think there should be an age-appropriate section for books that are considered obscene or pornographic, or?
Okay, that's a big question. Well, of course, age appropriateness, I don't think, again, is something that would, I don't think anyone would argue against age appropriateness. I think the slippery slope that we as a society fall into is then what is pornographic, what is obscenity. I know that, the best tool that the court has is the Miller test. But then by the body of work in regards to obscenity, there's a slippery slope of where they've had to evaluate and reevaluate. And, and these are the greatest legal minds we have, and trying to navigate for an entire population of people what may or may not be obscenity. I think that we, as a society, readily accept that things that are obscene and pornographic should have age appropriateness levels on it, usually 18. And I think that that's an accepted standard in society. But where we all struggle is with that other question is what is, because of, some things can be really offensive and not necessarily obscene. And, things can be really offensive and not necessarily pornographic. But we tend to use obscene and pornographic sort of as our fire starters. And again, that's why I would go back to my original answer about why you have to have good procedure and policy in place, so that you can make the most reliable decisions in those very difficult situations. Because that's the very best that we can do. And I certainly, again, I got older, but the kids I served in public school did not. And I always had to be very aware that what my standards are at my stage of life are different than what the standards of the students that I serve are experiencing. And so again, navigating that necessarily requires having tools in place that help guide through that, so that we can make, community standard appropriate decisions for the times that we live in now.
How do you separate your personal feelings and beliefs from what's best for the community and the libraries?
I was a government teacher and I was a history teacher. And you make a lot of decisions as an educator because, you walk in the room, you shut the door, you have kids in front of you, and you are making decisions about how you present what you're teaching. And so I made decisions, I think, before I ever entered the classroom, because I really fundamentally believe that's why I found myself in the classroom, is that I was always very dedicated to teaching kids how to think and not what to think. And so with that commitment throughout my career, I feel like that I have always been able to distinguish who and what I am personally from what my goals are for the students that I served. And I would carry this forward because I think that libraries are so critically important to the well-being of the community that, I owe it to bring my best and highest professional standard to that setting.
Thank you. So that's all the questions we have for you. Yes.
Actually,
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped out of turn. I apologize. Commissioner Thomas.
So,
I'm gonna make myself notes here.
Ms. Richmond,
Yes.
my questions are just based on administrative, so, your point of view, we just need to know your point of view in the sense of your understanding, of what you think a governing board is.
I think the governing board does a lot of things. Obviously, you have the business end of operations where you are, and again, working in a publicly funded institution my entire adult career, you're working within budget parameters. You're making personnel decisions. You're supervising staff. You are setting and following policy. And then it also means that you have to advocate for the people and the institution that you serve. And you have to be a reliable and loyal and committed member that is willing in all circumstances and in all times to hold up the standards of that institution for the board on which you serve. And then I also think that you should have a strong commitment to the purpose of that board. And in this case, protecting the library, protecting individual freedom, protecting intellectual freedom, protecting a community resource, And I think that that is the high arching purpose of being on a governing board and what that governing board should do.
And then the second question is then, what would you think your responsibility or your accountability would be on that board?
First and foremost, to serve the best interests of the library. And again, whether that be financial, whether that be from many of the questions were related to material questions, being able to navigate and make those difficult decisions. A key part of personnel decisions is being a reliable and trustworthy leader that they feel like they can come to and that they can trust and that they feel supported by. If we want to retain staff in really difficult circumstances, that's a critical component. And then, you know, obviously, aside from all this, the reason why we do all these things is to create a safe and quality space that serves our community and particularly our children.
Thank you.
Okay, I apologize.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Commissioner Thomas. So once we make a decision, then we'll notify you one way or the other.
Okay.
It probably won't happen today.
Well, fair. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you
for
so
coming.
much. I
Thank you.
appreciate
Okay.
your time.
You introduce yourself, and if you have an opening statement, then we'll ask you some questions.
Okay. I'm Phyllis Roseberry. I don't know what else I would say for an opening statement. I guess I could say how I got to Lander. We lived for 40 years on the Gooseberry Creek Highway, if you know where that is, the turnoff, the cutoff between Worland and Meeteetse. And we sold our very small ranch about 2 years ago and moved to Lander. I absolutely love Lander. So I don't know what else I can say. I guess as far as libraries go, probably like many of your candidates, I've always loved libraries. When I was a little girl, like many of the children, my mom took me to the library and got a card. So I've been reading under the covers in trouble sometimes for a long time. I worked that was one of my classes in high school. I helped in the library. I don't know, is that enough? I served on the Washington County Library Board for 2 terms in the early 2000s. And I was on the Washington County Foundation Board till we left Portland. And I've done a lot of other things, but I don't know if you want to hear all that.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll start with some questions.
Okay.
Commissioner Thomas.
Sure. Ms. Roseberry, 2 questions. What is your understanding of what a governing board is?
Well, it's probably in the word governing. I mean, what this board does is set the policy, hire the director, and that's the main thing, and that's governing or running the library. Although the director, of course, does all the day-to-day, that's the professional, does all the day-to-day operations, but the board hires that person and sets policy.
So my second question is then, within that understanding, or your understanding of a governing board, what is your accountability and responsibility within that board?
Well, that's a good question. Well, a big one, just show up at the meetings and engage. If there are discussions on policy, make sure that I have studied everything, and I would want to make sure we are legal, number one, and serving the public. I mean, to me, that's the job of the library board. It's a taxpayer funded institution. Actually, I think one of the founding institutions and basic institutions we need in a democracy. So, keep the library open and serving the public in the most legal, open way we can, free way we can.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Phyllis, for applying. Just one question for you today. If the library can only focus on one thing in 2026 to be successful, what would that be?
One thing. I would say keeping the libraries that we have in Fremont County open as much as we can and have a sufficient staff to serve the public. Just to make sure that we have the resources and people to serve our public in the highest quality way we can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thank you for applying.
sure.
The libraries have had a lot of controversy about, the materials that's within the youngsters or the children's sections.
Right.
About, what has been placed in there. And some people believe that some of the books that are in there are, controversial to, for that particular age groups and reading that material. Others believe that it's okay. So in your professional experience or your life experience, how would you approach that? How would you deal with and use your experience to solve that problem and to help fix this?
Help fix this?
Yeah.
Good question. Well, I know it's not just in Fremont County. I think it's been an issue across the nation. And an issue that came to a head, you probably know that, I'm sure in Campbell County. So I certainly would not like to see Fremont County get in the position that Campbell County got in, where they had to pay out $700,000 of taxpayer money. So, I guess, I don't know if I'm answering your question specifically, but I would say, especially in a democracy, we're on a continuum from freedom to control. So in a democracy, I think we should always try to edge toward as much freedom that we can give to people. So we're not controlling them. So, as a library board member, I guess I would advocate for that. I mean, staying within the law and making sure we have a policy that provides as much freedom to read to people as legally we can. I don't know if that answers your question.
However you want to answer.
Okay.
Commissioner Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for replying.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Question answer here, their comment. While the commissioners do not advocate book banning, there are some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children find books of suggested content on the shelves of the youth children section of the library. While there are other people in our county who believe anything goes in the library in the youth child section, where do you fit in this scenario?
Good question. I go back, I guess, in answering what I just answered to her. Yeah, I would say provide as much freedom to read as legally possible. Also, you probably are aware, the library has this brochure that's always available to the public. And basically what it says, I mean, it addresses children in the library, that if a child under 8, they're not supposed to come in without some sort of either parental or responsible adult supervision. And that person should be over 13, it says. And, basically they say whether the parent it's a parental responsibility to make sure that they are, monitoring what their children are reading. I mean, I have two boys. I did that. That was my job as a parent, so, I think that's where it would fall. I think it's better to not constrain, I mean, it's a taxpayer institution paid for by everybody. So it should serve the widest breadth of our citizens as possible within the law. Okay,
Next question.
sure.
I received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, "At my very first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and a mother in public comment said that their child or grandchild were exposed to hardcore porn by a man looking on one of the computers in the library," unquote. The commissioners were made aware of the situation. We sent a letter to the library board in August 2023. Asking that filters be put on the computers. Nothing has happened in 2 years and 10 months. What's your opinion on the situation?
Well, I won't say the word, but, I've seen it on bumper stickers. Stuff happens in life. Life is not, life is not perfect. I mean, people get in accidents. We'd have a lot fewer. That's an incident that should be corrected and addressed for sure. But for example, we have accidents like on I-80, and if we all went 35 miles an hour, we probably wouldn't have that accident. But we're not gonna make everybody go 35 miles an hour. We're just gonna accept the fact that some accidents will happen. So I would say, the first thing a parent should do is go to the library director. I mean, there are policies that are in place that parent could use to, have the library director and staff address. And if they didn't get satisfaction there, then they could go on to the board. But you hire a director because they are trained in library science and a professional. So there's a system to handle. I mean, that's probably not the only problem. There's probably stuff that happens all the time. So you just have to set up a policy, just like our judicial system. I mean, everybody doesn't break the law, but there's a system to address people who do. So follow the system if there's a problem, I would say. And there is a system already in place.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Phyllis, thank you for coming in today. Thank you for your application. I know you had applied once before.
I did.
You think there should be age appropriate section for books that are considered obscene or pornographic or illicit?
I have to be honest. I think that the policy that was developed, I asked the library if they still had it in December of 2022, which has the 7 tenets of the American Library Association. I think that's what we should be doing. So once again, there's a system and it's already gone through the Supreme Court as far as how obscenity is identified. So I would say stay within the law and let the librarian do her job. She's the professional, she's trained. So she knows how to curate the different sections. So unless she went awry, that would be our job to work with her and ask, why did you do this? But, that's why we hire and pay for a professional. So I would say let her figure that out.
How do you separate your personal feelings and beliefs from what's best for the community and the library?
That's a really good question. Can any human do that? I don't know. Because of course we all have had our own experiences and our own perception. But I believe strongly that, and I should tell you a little bit more of my background. So I did work for the Forest Service and the BLM. So I'm well aware of how civil service works and service to the public. this is a taxpayer supported organization, so my view is it's not about me or my views, but it's about service to our entire public. So that's what I would do. Service to everyone, all people, regardless if they agree with me or not. They're still citizens and they have the right to use the library.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So that's all the questions we have.
Okay.
We will make a decision, and when we finally get to that decision, we'll notify you.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'll introduce yourself, and if you have an opening statement, we'll hear that, and then we'll ask you some questions.
Lovely. My name is Natalie Ryback. I have lived in Lander for about 5 years. Lifelong book lover. I am a writer. And I'm excited to be here and to answer your questions today.
Commissioner Fabricius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, now, for question and comment here. Well, the commissioners do not advocate book banning. There are some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children find books of suggestive content on the shelves of the children's section of the library. Well, there are others in our county who believe anything goes in the library books of the youth children's section. Where do you fit in this scenario?
I'll answer the question. I would say with my background of working with boards and nonprofits, I find it interesting perhaps to start with what feels like a divisive question. And I wonder how it supports the strategic plan of the library. However, I do believe that libraries should be safe spaces. I also believe in fostering intellectual curiosity, and I believe that a parent has a right within their own home to determine what their children may read.
Next question.
Okay.
I received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, "At my very first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and a mother in public comment said that the grandchild were exposed to hardcore porn by a man looking on one of the computers in the library," unquote. The commissioners were made aware of the situation. We sent a letter to the library board in August 2023, asking that their filters be put on the computers. Nothing happened for 2 years and 10 months. What is your opinion on the situation?
I think having a firewall to block pornographic content in a library would be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thank you for applying.
Absolutely.
To kind of go with that question, as stated, we have controversial books in the library. And it's been a controversy that's been ongoing with the library board for some time now. In that, how would you use your professional experience to help remedy, and how would you go about solving that problem between the two differences of opinions, of believing that there is problems within the children's sections of materials that have been placed, or there is not an issue? How would you approach that and fix that problem?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's important to always remember to be a good listener, to remember that there is always common ground to be found. And I think it's important to take a step back and consider the purpose of a library, the duty of a library, and then the duty and responsibility of a parent. And where those lines, one stops and one begins. I also, in doing my research about the current state of the library, understanding the budget cuts from last year, again, coming in with my background, I feel very concerned about the fiduciary responsibility of this role, right? How do we ensure that the library is healthy and functioning and remaining for the community? How do we deliver on the outlined strategic plan of fostering community connection, expanding library services, and just ensuring health as an organization? So again, I think those are really important things to be focusing on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, and thank you for applying. Also, congratulations on the Wyoming Arts Council Blanchard Memorial Writing Award.
Thank you.
Very good. Real one question for you today. If the library could only focus on one thing to be successful in 2026, what would it be?
I believe that the first outline point of the strategic plan is very sound, which is community connection and engagement. A library's value comes through the amount of people that it interacts with, the lives that it touches, the minds that it opens. This is also a very proven method from a fundraising perspective to be securing donors to ensure your long-term sustainability as an organization.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Thomas.
Chairman, Mr. Ryback, my question is, what is your understanding of what a governing board is?
A governing board is responsible for financial duties, legal responsibilities, and generally overseeing the function and health of an organization.
Okay, and so then what would your responsibility and accountability be as a board member in that understanding of that board?
Sure. I think given my professional background, my strength would be in helping to ensure the financial health of the organization, also connecting with community. Yeah, I feel like those would be my strengths. Again, thinking about what's the story that we're telling as a library to keep people engaged, and also how do we not just continue to build relationships with our current donors, but how do we expand our donor base, especially in light of the budget deficit from cuts last year.
Natalie, thank you for applying. Thank you for coming in. Do you think there should be a age-appropriate section for books that are considered obscene, pornographic, or illicit?
It's my understanding that the library does do that. You have a children's section, you have a young adult section, and you have an adult section.
How do you separate your personal feelings and beliefs from what's best for the community and the library?
Again, I think by being a true listener, I think remaining curious and open to all perspectives, even those that are different. And I guess I would just observe that I do feel a degree of concern aligned with that question, understanding that the board ultimately is responsible to the public. Understanding that 70% of respondents of the public did not want to decouple from the ALA. So again, I think it's a very important moment to be listening on all sides.
Thank you. So that's all the questions we have. We will notify you when we make the decision,
Okay.
which won't be today, but
Sure.
we will let you know, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Judy, if you'll, introduce yourself, and if you have a opening statement, we'll listen to that and we'll go from there. Then we will ask you questions.
Okay, I was thinking this would be a closing statement, but that's all good. I'm Katie Chowdis. You guys have seen me before. I was thinking you could skip a few questions if you remember what I said the last 3 times. Anyway, I think I really thought this time again about why I would be a good board member. And I think that you all need very much to have a person who is a lifelong user and lover of libraries. And I think libraries are incredibly important community assets. And because libraries are for everyone in our communities. And I don't know, I wrote down like, we're like a melting pot. I mean, in the library, everybody should come and should feel welcome. Another important thing is that the library is a connection to the country and to the world. And it helps us walk in other people's shoes. It helps widen our perspectives and understand each other better. You know, by reading something that is new to you, you are able to see other people's perspectives better. And I don't think anybody can deny that we need to understand each other's perspectives more today. You know, and it's important, I think you've asked me a question before about including many different, you know, recognizing people like us in our books. And I think that's super important that people be able to see people like them in their literature. It is equally important for people who have no idea what somebody else's life is like, and to be able to walk in their shoes and help understand people who are not like us. Another thing that I believe libraries are important for is to be reliable sources of information. You know, as a librarian, we often talk to kids about getting authoritative, reliable sources of information. And if you take away reliable sources of information from libraries, then oftentimes your only source is, say, the internet, which is really not, most people don't know how to access information that is reliable. Another reason I believe I'd be a good librarian or a good board member is that I'm willing to listen and be open. I don't come in with a goal to change things the way I want them. As a representative of the community, I believe we should also listen to the people in our community who provide input. You know, I think we've recently had big issues with that. I'll probably have more to say, but I'll let you.
All right. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Candy, thanks for applying. Just one question. If the library could focus on only one thing to be successful in 2026, what should it be?
I actually would love to see the library out in the community more, so that people will see the good things about the library instead of all the controversy that we have had lately. That we need to get people better aware of exactly what kinds of things the library offers. I was sort of surprised the other day to be talking to a friend, and they didn't realize the extent of the Go Wild resources that we have here in this state. You know, and I was thinking, you know, either a presence at the different celebrations we have in City Park, more things about what the library can do in our newspapers and our different electronic news sources.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Thomas.
Ms. Chavez? Is that okay?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
I think it's probably, a similar question, but since, you've had a time to understand, and the reason I ask these questions, is that anybody can be a good worker, anybody can be a good employee. But when we're talking about administrative responsibility, then we need to understand what our responsibility as administrators are in governing. So my question is, what is your understanding of a governing board?
Okay, yeah, so in this case, the governing board is sort of at the top of the pyramid. And let's say, I'm not sure how to say this. So basically, we have our mission and, where the library wants to go. And the governing board works primarily with the director of the library. And the director of the library then proceeds to administer her staff or his staff.
And so what would your responsibility as a board member, what is your responsibility and accountability within that board?
Okay, so I think my responsibility is to work with the other board members to come to consensus. It seems like, well, it's obviously we have a board that there are several, it's very seldom that there's full consensus. You have to be able to talk to each other and rely on what they say. I'm not answering that question very well, I don't think, but basically you need to work together.
Thank you.
That's the short answer.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kubrish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for replying. My point of comment here is, while the commissioners do not advocate book banning, there are some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children find books that suggest content on the shelf of the youth children section of the library. While there are others in our county who believe anything goes in the library books for youth children section. Where do you fit in this?
I'm someplace in the middle as a librarian. Occasionally I would receive a book that I'd ordered and I would look at it and say, oops, let's send this up to the high school because it wasn't appropriate for an elementary level. And so I think that you basically need to play it by ear in the sense that there is a vast middle ground of things that are appropriate. And I'm not an anything goes person, but I think we should be careful about what we don't include in our collections when it has been a book or material that has been vetted by professionals. You have to go beyond just, I don't think it's right to just stay at the super local level. Our kids are not going to be at the super local level the rest of their lives. They need to understand what's going on out there and expose them to new things. And sometimes that will be books that one person would like to have banned, and another one where the person says, this is just the world. And I'd rather have my child, my granddaughters, read books that have been vetted by professionals and deemed appropriate for that age level than to have them go out into the world and say, what the heck is going on? I have never seen this before in my life.
The next question. I received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, at my very first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and a mother in a public comment said that their child and grandchild was exposed to hardcore porn by a man looking on one of the computers at the library, unquote. Commissioners were made aware of the situation. We sent a letter to the library board in August 2023, asking that the filters be put on the computers. Nothing has happened for 2 years and 10 months. What's your opinion on the situation?
My opinion is that computers that shouldn't be like out there where somebody can just walk by them and see something like that. You would like to think that there was education and that you could tell people, that's not okay here. But, that said, filters have a place. Yeah, filters are happening for the children's sections anyway, and that's the most appropriate place to have a filter. I think it's a matter of working. The problem with filters is you may filter out something that you really wish that shouldn't have been filtered. And so you need to get you need to have I'm sort of a middle road person, you need to have a happy medium. Anyway, and I guess I would also rely on personal responsibility too, but I get that wasn't, accidents happen. That was a bad one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Commissioner Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
It's okay, it's almost like. Thank you for applying. In the kind of following up on that, the controversy that we've had for some time now in the library, with the library, with the materials that's been placed in the children's section, there is controversy that in that material on two different sides. One believes that there's problems with and too explicit detailed material in one side of the controversy, and the other side believes that is not. So in your profession, in your life experience, how would you use that experience to remedy this situation? So how would we solve this?
Okay, I'm not entirely sure exactly how you're asking this, but what I'm thinking is that you've got probably the majority of people who say this material is appropriate. You have another group of people who say, hey, wait, this is way too explicit. And the problem, I guess I'm going to fall back again on the personal responsibility thing. And it falls a little bit like education, where, say, a special needs kid is supposed to be in the least restrictive environment. And I kind of feel the same thing sort of applies here in reading. The book should be in the least restricted environment, where there are times where it's clearly, there are certain books that, like I said, I bought a few. And I'm like, okay, not for an elementary school. Anyway, I don't know if I'd really answered you again. I feel like we should be the least restrictive we can be while still not going crazy, because I'm not every single young adult book belongs in the young adult section.
Katie, so, how do you separate personal feelings and beliefs from what's best for the community and the library?
Oh, I like that question, because as a librarian, you clearly think about your patrons first. And it's like, for instance, here, let's use a pretty simple one. It's like, I hate horror stories. I can't watch a horror movie. Not my thing. Did I have tons of creepy books for kids at school? I had some about mysteries and vampires and you name it. And was that fine? Yes, because that's what the patrons needed. And, you know, so, and that's where sometimes you get those books, you know that certain kinds of patrons need certain kinds of books. And so you get them, even if you aren't that excited about having them in your collection. I know the other one especially was, I had some really cool books of collector's guns. I'm really not into glorifying guns, but the collection at school had appropriate elementary school books about guns because so many kids, that was their pathway to reading, is something they really wanted to read. You know, and you don't just because, say, you're a vegan, you think it's unethical to eat animal products or use animal products. Does your library then not have any cookbooks with meat? Of course not. You still include that sort of thing. So I don't know, that was a long answer again, but you have to be outside of your own feelings if your patrons need that material.
Thank you. So, do you think there should be an age-appropriate section for books that are considered, illicit, obscene?
No, if a book is truly obscene, it shouldn't be in the library. The trouble with that is that what person A thinks is obscene, person B doesn't. And that's where I think the biggest problem is falling now, is we can't agree on what's appropriate or not. And so in general, I think the books appropriate for age group so-and-so should be right there. You shouldn't have to ask for a book that you don't even know exists. You know, if it's put away someplace, how are people supposed to find it?
So that's all the questions we have. We will notify you when we make a decision. And again, thank you for coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, ordered lunch. Larry ordered lunch.
If you'll sit here in front of the microphone, that'd be great. Thank you. Some of us are old and can't hear very
Well, and some of us, I'm sure, are getting tired.
If you'll introduce yourself and if you have an opening statement, you can say that. If not, we will ask you questions and then move on from there.
I am Loretta Shergy. I live in Atlantic City. And I did not prepare an opening statement, but I would guess the reason that I'm here today is I kind of cut my teeth, my library teeth on this library. And that would be back in like 1971. And at that time, we had 7 branches. And I like to say we had nearly as many branches as Sheriff Pee Wee McDougal had sheriff deputies. And I guess that's why I'm here, because today we have so many more deputies than we have library branches. And so you can see where my heart is.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Reorganized and charge my computer up here a little bit. Thank you for applying. I have one question. So if the library can only focus on one thing to be successful in 2026, what would that be?
As a board member, if I were, I think my major responsibility is advocacy. And the most successful thing we can do is to meet and exceed what we are currently doing.
And one thing that group of us are out here discussing, the library no longer has book clubs. And what a great outreach to your community when you bring in people from diverse backgrounds to discuss one book. I'd like to see a branch up in Atlantic City. I'd like to see Shoshone have a branch again. I'd like, there is a large number of our population that we are not serving. So for me, the greatest thing would be more of everything that you come to expect from a library.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes. Thank you for applying.
Well, you're welcome.
As you know, there's been a lot of controversy over some books at the library, the materials that have been placed in the young adult section or juvenile sections that have been controversial about what materials is in there. Some people believe that it is good materials, it's okay materials to have, specifically to be more, because you're looking at it like what materials. Materials that have had what was suggested as types of pornographic materials in there. And very controversial sexually explicit materials in the library in that section. There's people who believe that it's okay to have that in that section because it tells a story. Maybe some children need that material. Other people believe that it's not age appropriate material. So in your experience and your, how would you solve that problem between the two different groups of people that have went at it for some time now about that controversy? How would you approach that? How would you fix that problem?
You know, that is actually why I think, or that is the reason that I am applying for this board, because I think we are totally off course. That we have become so divisive that we're forgetting what our main mission is. And, you know, when I read the word pornography in the paper, in the US, we don't have a legal definition for pornography. And for me, my understanding of pornography is material designed to arouse sexual stimulation. And pornography as such is used in marital counseling, sexual dysfunction. I have never seen anything in all of my years, over 50 some years being associated with the library, that I would call pornography.
Okay.
Does that help?
You answer. Or you want to answer?
Commissioner Fabricius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for applying. Well, the county commissioners do not advocate book banning. There are some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children find books of suggestive content on the shelves of the youth children section of the library. While others, people in the county, believe that anything goes in the library in the youth children section. Where do you fit in this scenario?
I am way more afraid of what that child is looking at on his phone than what he finds on the library shelf. And as a mother, as a grandmother, if I have a young kid going into the library, I'm right there with him. And I don't know, I guess I'm late to this battle, but I don't know which specific book is causing the issue.
My next question is, I received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, at my very first meeting in Riverton, a grandmother and a mother in public comment said that their grandchild were exposed to hardcore pornography by a man looking at the computers in the library, unquote. The commissioners were made aware of the situation. We sent a letter to the library board on August 20th, 23, asking the filters be put on the computers. Nothing has happened for 2 years and 10 months. What is your opinion of the situation?
Well, again, I was not there. I was not privy. It's, secondhand, now third-hand response to me. Federal funds dictate if the SIPA law, that if the library, if we're receiving any federal funds, they're tied up with, I'm drawing a blank, not a regulation, a filter on your computer. And, I had never worked in a library where there were not filters. And did the librarian present actually see pornographic actions? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe that pornographic material should be accessed, and certainly not by a child. I think there's a time and a place, but I don't think that's in the library.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Thomas.
Chairman, good afternoon. My question is, what is your understanding of what a governing board is?
Well, the board of directors is a governing board. It's not an advisory board, if that's what you mean. And the governing board, we're the ones that come here and sit in front of you and we ask for money. I think that's probably one of our major responsibilities. And then I'm not sure when the mission statement was made, but I think there's a great mission statement about a healthy community and a library engaging with a community. And therefore, as the governing board sets its policies, it has to look to the mission. The first thing I think we have to agree on is our mission.
And then what would your responsibility and accountability be within that understanding of that board?
I'm not clear. What is my responsibility?
What do you think you're accountable for and responsible for within that board you just spoke of?
I think that my major responsibility on the board is an advocate for the library. And then, of course, that goes right back to advocating for funds that will keep our libraries open. Where else can people go and sit for an hour or 2 hours and not have to buy a cup of coffee or nurse a beer? The library is the only place I know that is open, welcoming, friendly, warm.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you for applying. How do you separate your personal feelings and beliefs from what's best for the community and for libraries?
I will say that I think this is a really unique position for a librarian or a board member. When we walk in the library, we leave our biases behind, and instead we're looking at the community. As you know, I do have a degree, and one of the things that a professor once told me, if you don't have something in your library that you disagree with, then you are not doing your job. And I think that's what
I think that's what it means. Leave your biases at home and let's try to be inclusive. And let's buy worthwhile, well-reviewed material that has literary value.
Thank you. Do you think there should be an age-appropriate section, book section for, books that are considered obscene, illicit, et cetera?
Well, you bring up the word obscene. Obscenity is against the law. And that, the three tests makes of pornography is not against the law, but obscenity is. And it has no place in the library. And yes, I think the question was age appropriate. Yes,
Thank you. So that's all the questions we have.
okay.
We will notify you when we make the decision, and then until then, we appreciate you coming in.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mike's over here. See that.
Tiffany, if you'll introduce yourself, and if you have an opening statement, we'll hear that. If not, we will ask you questions, and we'll make our, once we make our decision, we'll notify you one way or the other.
I don't have an opening statement.
Okay.
My name is Tiffany Zimmer.
Okay. We'll go with, well, if you're ready, we will go with some questions.
Okay.
Commissioner Fabricius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for reapplying.
Yeah, thank you.
My question is, while the commissioners do not advocate book ban, some people in the county who choose not to have their underage children find books of suggested content on the shelves of the youth children's section of the library. While there are other people in the county who believe that anything goes in the library books in the youth child section. Where do you fit in this scenario?
I think that I'm pretty neutral in that area because I feel like we hire librarians at the public library to research and understand the books that are being published and put those books. I work at a school, so it's different for us in our library. We're very we vet books really carefully, but in a public library, the intellectual freedom means that we hire librarians to look at those books and then decide where they're placed in the library. It's been an ongoing thing for years about banning books, but a lot of librarians use their discretion and libraries use their discretion. That's what they're hired for and that's their specialty.
Okay.
Yeah.
My next question is, I received a letter from a constituent stating, quote, at my first meeting in Riverton, the grandmother and the mother in public comment said that the child, grandchild were exposed to hardcore pornographic material by a man looking at one of the computers in the library. Unquote. The commissioners were made aware of the situation. We sent a letter to the library board on August 2023 that required filters to be put on the computers. Nothing happened for 2 years and 10 months. What's your opinion of that scene?
That's interesting. That question has come up at every library board meeting this year that I've attended, which I find it interesting that it's still a topic. And I think the April library board meeting, the one of the speakers or one of the board members said, we just gotta take care of this. But I feel like the library has been actively working on filtering, and I don't think the answer is to like take those computers out, because as a teacher, when I ask my students about pornography in the library, they literally laugh because they hold a source of pornography in their hands and they're so connected to it that they're like, why would we go to the library for that? And so I feel like the library has been I respect the librarians so much for working and actively working on it. And a lot of times I find that the community doesn't know how much work has gone into filtering and understanding. And so I assume that in June, I missed the meeting because I was at the literacy conference in Cheyenne. I assume that they solved that issue. That was the goal, according to the board meeting, either in April or May, to have that issue solved by June. I am not sure. I didn't get a chance to look at the board minutes before I came here. Was not present for that meeting, but I think it's an ongoing situation. But I do think that access to porn is outside of the library is a bigger issue than the library's issue. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, thanks for applying.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to.
Yeah. So we've had a lot of controversy, for a while, with the, library, and most of that controversy stems on data materials that's within the, children's section of the library. And some people believe that there is explicitly, material in there that is not appropriate for certain specific children's ages. I'll just, leaning towards pornography, pretty explicit stuff. Then there's others that don't believe that it is in there at all. So we've had this, back and forth for some time now. And so how would you use your, professional experience to remedy this problem between the two? How would you solve, how would you approach that? How can we fix this?
I think you would have to start with the definition of explicit, because everyone's going to define that differently. But again, we hire librarians to look at materials and to vet materials, and a lot of things are vetted from the Library of Congress already, and they are looked at. But I also don't think the library board has control over a community or an individual family's perspective of explicit, because a community has such a broad diversity of families and perspectives and religions and all of those kind of things that I don't think you have full control over that. The public library is a public access to intellectual freedom, and even Andrew Carnegie invested in rural libraries to the extent that provides people an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to broaden their perspective. It's not the library boards or the librarians' responsibility to define what a family sees as whatever, explicit or inappropriate. There's ways to look at that. I don't think that's the library's responsibility. That goes back to a family, that goes back to a community, and you don't have to check those books out. You don't have to look at those books. Like, if a family, I grew up going to the library all the time, and my family, my parents always asked for, what books did you check out? And if they thought they were inappropriate, then we took them back to the library. that's what a public entity is, like, you as a family don't agree with it, take it back to the library. That's the whole point.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and, Timothy, thank you for reporting.
Yeah.
Just one question for you. If the library could only focus on one thing to be successful in 2026, what would it be?
I honestly feel like, especially after all the controversy of the last year and the ups and downs and roller coaster, I honestly feel like the great place to start is just the community and getting out into the community and investing in the community and bringing the community in more. The whole, like, when you look at the library board handbook, one of the goals is to promote the interest in the library and promote people coming into the library and seeing what it has to offer. So I think, like, as far as our public library system in Fremont County, just involving the community, getting out into the community, and showing the positivity of the public library system and being way more focused on the positive aspect of a public library instead of than all the negativity and the negative controversy that has come up. That's where I would focus my attention.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Thomas.
Sure. Good afternoon.
Hi.
My two questions. First one is, what is your understanding of what a governing board is?
Well, according to the Wyoming Public Library Board handbook, the governing board, like, the responsibility of a library board is to be more about the public gain versus the personal gain of the position, but also to reinforce intellectual freedom, the interest in libraries, knowledge of the community, and provide a diverse perspective. So a governing board would be the partnership. I feel like a board is a partnership with the actual entity that you are on the board of. So as far as the library board, I feel like our responsibility is to support, encourage, and be like the backbone of the public library system.
Sounds like you answered my second question, so I was going to ask, what do you think your accountability and responsibility is as a member of that board?
My responsibility would be to support the librarians, add a voice from a different element. I'm coming from a teaching background. I wrote my master's on intellectual freedom, and to just be that voice and that positive voice, and to support the librarians, support the programming. I really want to just, like, get out into the community and show people all the positive parts of a public library. Like, there's so many options and opportunities that sometimes I think the community has lost sight of.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for applying. How do you separate personal feelings and beliefs from what's best for the community and the library?
I don't think my personal perspective has anything to do with it. I honestly think it's the community, like, this is a community entity, it's a community option for people. My personal interest and I'm a library kid. I'm a teacher. Like, my goal every day is to put a book in a kid's hands. Even my kids that are like, no, I don't read. I hate reading. My goal is to find them a book. And I feel like that's the role of the library. I don't think my personal perspective has anything to do with it. The history of libraries in the United States and is about like providing literacy, providing opportunities for kids in my life and my world to learn something and to see and read and have those opportunities that are endless for them, and to broaden a perspective of, you know, what is open to them. So I mean, it's thrilling to me to see my students in the library, and they only may be there for gaming and hanging out with their friends, but they have walked down the street or ridden their bikes to the library, and that's a huge thing. So if that's personal, you bet. I'm so excited when they walk into the library, but it's not about my perspective or my gain. It's all about our community's gain and our community's involvement.
Okay. Do you think there should be an age-appropriate section for books that are considered obscene, pornographic, illicit? I know, you know, we can talk about the meaning of that because everybody has a different one.
Sure. I think that's something that as a library board and a library community is a question that has been asked across the nation. And there's been a lot of different approaches to that. And there's been some communities that, like, if a book is questionable, they build a community it's not a board, but a group of people that read the book and read the entire book, not just the line, but read the entire book. And then as a community, they make a decision as where the book should lie. A lot of libraries have like the shelf behind the desk, which then every kid wants to read that book, you know? So I think also it is up to the librarians to be like there, but also the families, again, to say, we don't probably need to read those books. So I think different libraries handle it different ways, and that might be something to go out into other communities and get a perspective of how things have worked and how things haven't worked and what they did differently. Because one of the things about a public library system is working together as a public library system, whether they're in the same county or in the same state, but broadening a perspective on how things have been handled and things that have been successful and things that have not been successful.
Thank you. So with that, that was the last of our questions.
Oh.
We will, once we decide, we'll notify you one way or the other. And it won't be this week, I can assure you that we have a busy
It's probably
afternoon.
not gonna be today.
Yeah.
Since you guys have had such a long day.
So, with that, we will notify you and thank you again for coming in.
Thank you so much for letting me apply. It's nice to meet all of you.
A lot of good, great.
Really good.
We will adjourn until.